Hello everyone, welcome to Java Full Stack course with Spring Boot and Angular 17. Yes guys, in this course I will teach you Spring Boot and Angular 17 from scratch. That means if you don't know anything about Angular 17 and Spring Boot, still you can grab this course and start learning because I will explain each and everything from scratch. Okay? So end of this course guys, you have this Java full stack project ready for your portfolio and resume. So I will show you this demo of this project, but first let's check what are the technologies we are going to use in this project. So guys, as you can see here, we are going to use Angular 17. Okay, it's the latest version of the Angular. Also we will use Angular material as a component library and tailwind css for a css. Also we'll use so guys, these are for the front end, and if I talk about backend, then in the backend we are going to use Spring Boot latest version. Okay, then Spring Security for the authentication part, and MySQL as a database, and JWT token. So these are the technologies guys we are going to use in our project. And now what are the prerequisites for starting this course? So guys, you should know basic Java and basic JavaScript. I'm not saying that you must you must know advanced Java and advanced JavaScript, but just you have the knowledge about basic Java and basic JavaScript. So that's it for this course prerequisite. And now let's go to our project and let's see the demo. Okay, so here you can see I am logged in with the RAM account, so I'm gonna log out first. So when I click on logout button, you can see I am redirected to here, and from here you can sign up, and when clicking on sign in button you can sign in from here. Okay, so guys, see this animation, how it's looking much better. Okay, so now let me sign up. Okay, so I will sign up with Pablo. Okay, here I will give pablo@gmail.com, and I will give here dummy password. And when I click on register, you can see I'm logged in with Pablo's account. Actually sign up with Pablo's account. Okay, and also you can sign in as I show you that. Okay, but now let's create any new recipe. So guys, you can see here plus icon. Okay, by clicking on that plus icon you can create new recipe. So here you need to give a title, so let me give burger. Also you need to give here a description, so let's give a description, nice burger, or maybe let's grab some description from here, burger, true line quotes. Okay, let's click on more item, and from here I will copy this, and I will go to here, I will paste here description, wage, and here we need to guys give image URL. So let me search one image for pixel. Okay, and here I will give food. So what I'm gonna do is, let me grab this image, copy image address, and let's go to here, let's paste this, click on create. You can see our burger is created with Pablo name. Okay, and even if I refresh, it won't go on now because this is created in our database. Also you can delete this as well by clicking on this. Okay, so see, it's deleted. Now let me create it again. So I will go to here. This time let me grab this image, copy image address, and let's go to here, give here title, burger, description. I need to, sorry, here this is image address. Let's grab some description from here and paste it over here. Then vegetarian, create. Okay, I have created I guess 4 recipe with the same name and with the same description. Now what I'm gonna do is I will edit this. So just click on edit button and grab any other image. So let me copy this image address. Let's go to here and paste this. Click on update. Now close. Okay, image is not appear. Now let me copy this image address again and let me paste it this image. Okay, let's update, and you can see our recipe is updated. Even if I refresh, it won't change because it's updated in our database. All right, so guys, you can like any recipe you want. So like this, you can see I can like any of this recipe, and when I refresh, you can see still like won't go on because it changes in our database. All right guys, so you have see all the CRUD operation. First, create new recipe, edit recipe, delete recipe, like recipe. Okay, also by clicking here you can share on any or your social media application. Like when I click on WhatsApp, open WhatsApp, I don't want to open. Let's click on Twitter. Okay, so here you can share your recipe as well. All right, and now let me go back. Yeah guys, so that's the demo of our application, and again by clicking on this button you can log out, and here also you can sign in. Like let me give here ram@gmail.com and password, login. You can see I am logged in with Ram's account. All right guys, so that's it for this demo. Now let's start to implement our project. All right guys, now let's create our Spring Boot project. So let's go to springinitializer.io and create our Spring Boot project. Here we'll choose Maven and Java version 3.2.0. Then we need to give a group name. So let's give it com.jos. Artifact ID I will give recipe sharing YouTube. Okay, so that's gonna be artifact ID. Then name will be same. Then description, let's give here share your favorite recipe. Then package name will be only com.jos. Okay, and packaging jar version 17. Now let's add some dependencies. So first we need Spring Web dependencies. Okay, why Spring Web? Because we want to create RESTful web APIs. Now let's add the Lombok. Okay, for using Lombok we can reduce our boilerplate code. Okay, we don't need to write getter setter methods by ourselves. So that's why we use a Lombok method, actually Lombok package dependency. Now let's use data JPA, Spring data JPA. Okay, then Spring driver class, driver, MySQL driver for connecting our application to MySQL database. Then let's use Spring Boot as well. Spring Security, sorry, not Spring Boot. Then let's use Spring Dev Tool. So guys, Spring Boot Dev Tool dependency, what it will do. So guys, whenever we make any changes in our application and save that changes, it will automatically refresh our app. Okay, we don't need to reload our application whenever we make changes. So that's why Spring Boot Dev Tools. And let me check any dependencies we are missing. So Spring Web, Lombok, Spring Data JPF for connecting as MySQL driver, Spring Security, Spring Boot Dev Tool, and of course we need to add JWT related dependency as well, but unfortunately we can't find here JWT dependency, so we'll add it manually. Okay, so no worries about that. And I guess now we can generate our project. If we need any other dependencies, then we will add it manually. Okay, so now let's create on generate, and inside the YouTube I'm gonna project, let's go to projects, then Angular, and here I will download it. And now let me open this project. So clicking here, and now let's extract this file, extract all, and inside this we have one more. So let me cut it out here, I will paste it here. Okay, now we'll import this project in our Spring Suite, actually Spring Tool Suite. Okay, Spring Tool Suite, yeah. So guys, you can use your favorite ID. Okay, it's not necessary that you should also use Spring Tool Suite because I'm using. Okay, you can use your favorite ID, use Eclipse, use what I can say, use this IntelliJ IDEA as well. Okay, if you want, yeah. Condition is that open that ID and import this recently created project. So click on import existing Maven project, next, then let me browse here, then I will go to YouTube, then Angular, or it is actually projects, then Angular, then here and this. Okay, so let's finish it, and let's wait a little bit. You can see here it's downloading some packages, so let it be. And here you can say see our project is imported, recipe sharing YouTube. All right, so building is 90% done, 96% and 100% done. So now we can start our project. So let me click here. By clicking right clicking on this, you can start your project. Okay, run as a Spring Boot application. So you can see our project is started, but there is one problem. It says a data source URL are not specified and embedded database, because guys we have used MySQL driver class in our application. So we need to provide driver class, suitable driver class. Okay, otherwise if it's not it will not find a suitable driver class in our project, then it will send us to this error. So let's go to browser and search for MySQL driver class in the Spring's official website. So let me search for spring.io, and here I'm not gonna find any search option. So what I'm gonna do is let me write here MySQL driver class, get started accessing data with MySQL, and scroll down and not this, yeah, you can see This is our MySQL driver class, and let's paste it in our application.properties file. So guys, in src main resource, here you will find application.properties file. Okay, here you need to specify driver class. So local this is our MySQL URL, and here we need to give our database. So guys, of course you need to install MySQL in your application, in your local machine if you haven't installed. So install MySQL in your local machine, and then create one database. So let me create one database, recipe sharing YouTube. Okay, create database recipe sharing YouTube. Okay, so we can't use this hyphen, instead of we need to use here underscore. Okay, that's why it's giving me a problem, but now it will be fine. So let me hit enter, and you can see query okay, one row is affected. So our database is successfully created. Now let's copy this database name, and here we need to pass this database name. Guys, now how can you identify that your database is created or not? So you can just run show command, show database command, show databases. Okay, and here you will find our recipe sharing YouTube. You can see this is our database. Okay, all right. Now here we need to pass our username. So username will be by default root. Guys, here use your MySQL's username. Okay, and also use your password, not use my password, otherwise it will not work in your local machine. So here I need to give my password. So my password is just like this. All right, and any other things we don't need to change. Okay, let it be as it is. So now our driver class is set. Now let me refresh my application, check. All right, you can see our application is working fine. So but here guys, it's generating Spring security password, because we have added Spring security in our application. So for now, what I'm gonna do is I will go to pom.xml and comment out this Spring security dependency. Okay, so this dependency. Yeah, now when we implement the Spring security, or when we configure a Spring security, that time we'll comment it out, but for now just let it be commented. Okay, now let me run it again. And okay, no problem. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go to here. Let me comment this out, and let me run it again. Okay, this time Spring security hasn't created default password, because it's commented out. Okay, now let's go to here, and let's see first like in which port our application is running. So if I go to here, our Tomcat server is running on 8080. Okay, so let me change our server port, in which port we want to run it. So we don't want to run our application in 8080. So guys, let me first show you that, like here if I localhost 8000, actually not 8000, 8080. Okay, you can see our application is running, but we don't have any home controller. That's why it's giving this type of error. All right, so now let's do one thing. We'll change this port later, but for now what I'm gonna do is let me create our first API so that you can get confident how easy it is to create a API in Spring Boot. So let's create on new. Let's create one package. Let's create a controller. Okay, inside that controller let's create one class. So new and the class, let's give it home controller. Okay, so guys, for creating RESTful API we need to annotate our class with REST controller. Okay, now it will act as a controller. So now let's create our method. Public return type will be string for now, and home controller here we don't need to give anything. Let me return welcome back to Code with Josh. All right, now after guys creating this method, we need to annotate this method with HTTP request name. Like this method's gonna be get method. Okay, so we need to annotate with get mapping. Now what is get mapping? So guys, when we want to retrieve any data, get any data from database, that time we need to use get mapping. But if you want to insert any data into database, or we want to create new record in our database, okay, that time we need to use post mapping. So let me write here post mapping. So this post mapping. Okay, and if we want to edit any data, okay, make changes any existing data, update any existing data in our database, that time we want to use put mapping. Okay, so I hope this post mapping and put mapping you may understand. And there is one more request, and that is nothing but delete request. So if you want to delete any data from your database, that time you need to use delete mapping. Okay, so these four are the most important mapping guys in the Spring Boot, so don't forget this. Get mapping for retrieving any data from database, post mapping inserting and create new records in our database, put mapping update existing data and edit existing data, and for delete mapping is deleting any data from our database. All right, so that's it. Now here guys, you can pass your endpoint if you have. So currently don't let it be. We don't want to pass any endpoint. So let's check now how it will work. So now when I refresh this page, you can see instead of error we are getting welcome back to Code with Josh. All right, now let's change our port, because we don't want to run our application in 8080. We want to run our application in server.port 5454. Okay, we want to run our application in this port. So now if I go to here and if I refresh, why still it's running? It not should be run now because we have changed our port. So let me refresh our application. Let's go to here and let me refresh the page. Now it will throw the error, you can see. But if I try to access using 5454, you can see it's working fine. Okay, so yeah guys, our home controller is ready now. So Now what I'm gonna do is let me create one more package where we can write our classes. So actually not class, first I need to create a package, new package name should be model. Okay, inside model package we'll write all our classes. So we have two classes, one for user and one for recipe. Okay, so let's define our users field. So private long and id, private string password. Okay, user password, private string email, and private string full name. All right, so yeah guys, now we don't want to generate getter setter method, instead of we want to use here long book. Okay, so just need to annotate this class with getter and setter. So getter @getter will generate all the getter methods for our fields. Now let's annotate it with setter as well. So setter, this setter annotation will generate all the setter methods for our this field. All right, now let's go to controller and let's create another controller as well. Actually let me what is it, let me go to window, preferences, actually appearance, not appearance, preferences, window, perspective, and reset perspective. Okay, why I'm getting like this? Don't need this window. Let me close this as well. Window, perspective, reset perspective. Okay, and let me open our recipe YouTube. Yeah, controller. Okay, inside controller I will create one more control for user controller. User controller. Now as I said guys, we need to annotate it with REST controller. So let me annotate it with REST controller. Let's write here one method, public. I will return here user instead of string now, and return type of create user. Okay, and let me import this user. And guys, what I'm gonna do is now I will take data from body. What I mean by that, so just watch guys what I'm doing here. I need to write request body. Okay, this data will come from request body, data type will be user, and I will store in the user. Now what I'm gonna do, I will return here user. Okay, and let's now annotate this with post mapping, because we are creating here user. Okay, post mapping. And what I'm gonna do is I will not this, let me give here endpoint. So endpoint will be users. Okay, now let's open postman. Guys, if you don't know about Postman, don't worry, I will be explain. But first go to browser, and if you haven't downloaded Postman, and search for Postman. What is this? Do you want to allow public and private network access? Up, allow. Okay, just search for Postman here. Postman.com. Yeah, if you don't want to download, then you can directly, I guess, make request from here. So let me check if you can do that or not. Pricing interface resource, get started. What is Postman? So what is Postman? You can see here what is Postman, like read about that, okay, if you want to know more about this. But yeah, from here you can download for window and just open in your local machine. And guys, Postman is nothing but it stands for making HTTP requests. Okay, so let me create here one folder, collection, blank collection, and let me give it name recipe sharing YouTube. Recipe sharing YouTube. Okay, and let me after creating blank collection, what you need to do, click on add request. Okay, add requests. All right, and if you want, you can give it name like create user. Okay, now what you need to do is here, guys, we need to pass our API URL. So as you can see in this URL, we are getting welcome back to code with Josh, but we can do this with using Postman as well. So let's go to Postman. Let me paste it over here and let me send the request. So you can see we are getting welcome back to code with Josh response. Okay, so yeah, guys, we can use Postman for making HTTP requests. Now since it is a create user, we need to change this method type to post. Okay, now guys, you may have question like if we can do this with the browser, then why we need to install this Postman? But guys, this Postman is for only get request. What about post request? Okay, now we want to make a post request, so we can't make a post request using browser. We can only make a get request using browser. If you want to make post request, delete request, then put request, then we need to use Postman. Okay, so that's why I'm using here Postman, and here we need to pass our endpoint, that is nothing but user. So first our base URL on which we our backend is running, then we need to pass this endpoint. Okay, here you can see we have used users, that's why here I am giving users. All right, now let's go to body, row, and inside JSON, create on JSON. Here I need to give ID, so ID gonna be 4, then full name, so let's give it code with Josh. Then here we need to give email, so let's give code with Josh email @gmail.com. also let's give here password. Here we need to give one, let me give it in string. Okay, 5 6 7 8. All right, now let's send the requests. So you can see our data is coming here successfully. Okay, ID is 4, password is this, email is this, and our full name is this. All right, and if I change name here, so name will be changed here as well. You can see this type of. Okay, but we want code with Josh only, don't need this. So you can see full name is code with Josh, email this, password this, and ID 4. So guys, that's how you can get the data from client side. Okay, now whenever user want to register or create new user, it will pass this kind of data from front end, and our backend will take this data here. And currently here we haven't used database, that's why uh, we are not able to insert data inside database. But here you can write logic for storing our data inside database. Okay, so this is the post mapping, guys. That's how you can use uh, put mapping, delete mapping as well. All right. Okay, I hope you understand that how we can make REST APIs in our application. Now it's time to connect, or maybe we have already connected, but it's time to use MySQL database in our application. And instead of this dummy user, will store our data inside our database now. So for this, what we are gonna do is let's go to our model first, and here we need to annotate this our class with entity @entity. Okay, now what entity will does is, so entity will map our class with database table. Okay, if database table is not existing, then it will create one database using all this field as a column. Okay, and if already table is present in our database, then it will map our class with that database. Okay, so that's why we need to add the annotate this class with the entity. And now let me annotate this id as well. So for id we need to annotate with id field. And guys, this id we don't want to give from front end side. Here you can see I'm giving id from here, but now onwards we don't want to give this id. I want that Spring Boot will take care of my id, and it will automatically generate unique id whenever I create new user. Okay, so for that what I'm gonna do is I need to give here generated value and strategy. Let me give a generation tab. I will give here auto, so it will generate automatically id for my database every time. I don't need to create new id. Okay, now let me close this, I don't need it. So that's it, changes. Now we don't want to make any other changes in our user entity. Now let's go to here and create one more package. Okay, and here I will give a repository. Now what is repository? So guys, using repository we can save data in our database, delete data from our database, also get data from our database. So that's kind of communication with our database we can do that using repository. Okay, in the simple word, for communication between our application and database happen with the repository. So now let me create write one class that is nothing but user repository. Okay, we need to make it interface instead of class, interface, and we need to extend this user repository with JPA repository. Okay, and here we need to give class name, for which class name we want to create this repository. So for user class name we want to create this repository, and here we need to give data type of unique identifier which are present inside user class. So that is nothing but id. Okay, what is our unique identifier? in our user class, that is nothing but id. So id's data type is long, so that's why we need to give here long. All right, I hope you understand it. All right, now let's go to our user controller, and what I'm gonna do is now let's use here user repository. So what I'm gonna do, let's write here private user repository, a user repository. Okay, and using user repository, let's create user. So let's give it time user saved user equal to user repository. Now guys, inside this user repository you will get so many methods. Like first is get by id, get one, get reference, get save, and all this you can check out here. Okay, for delete and wait, yeah, there is so many methods, but currently we need here only save method. By using save method you can save user data inside user database. So let me give here user, this user. Okay, here we need to give user data, so I have given here user. Now let's return here saved user instead of user, so saved user. All right, now let me refresh this. I guess it's already refreshed. So guys, since we have annotated our user field, user class with entity, if we go to our database, here our table was created. So let's see our table is created or not. So first we need to use recipe sharing YouTube. Okay, and now show tables, run show tables and tables, tables, tables. You can see our user table is created, but if I check inside user table, there will be not any record. So select star from user. So see, empty set. Our user table is empty for now. We don't have any record inside our user table, but now let's create one. So full name I will give this, email give this, password give this. We don't need to give id from from client side. Okay, it will generate it automatically. So let's click on send, and we have get one error, that is nothing but cannot invoke a repository save because this repository is null. Okay, so guys, it's saying that repository instance is null. So what I need to do is let's go to user controller, and guys, we need to auto wired this. Okay, auto wired. Now it won't be null. Whenever we use any instances, that time we need to use auto wired. Okay, otherwise it will throw error like it is null. All right, and let's do this. Now let's go to postman again. Let's make a request, and here you can see id is 1, password is this, email is this, and full name is this. All right, now let's create one more user. So Ashok. See, this time id is 2, password is this, email is Ashok, and full name I haven't changed, so full name will be as it is. Now guys, there is one problem. Like if I hit this user again, you can see third user is created, id is 3, but email was same. So guys, guess, in our application, if user give same email, okay, every time. So it will create new user again and again, but we don't want that, because in our database this email is already exist, so we can't give two accounts with one email. Okay, we want to provide only one account with one email. Okay, so with one email we want to provide only one account, we don't want to provide multiple account. But here what happened, let's go to here, and if you check, you can see with the same email there are two accounts, code with chose, but we don't want like this. This email should be unique. Okay, so what we can do here is let's go to our user repository, and here I will write one method. So public, it will return user. Okay, and here I want to give like find, guys, naming conventional should be match. So find by, okay, just give find by, then you need to give field name, by which field you want to find user. So here I want to find by email, so I will give email, and string email, and find by email. Okay, so our error is gone, you can see. So we want to find by this field. So yeah guys, it should be camel case email. Right, now let's go to home controller, actually user controller, and write one method here, public find by email, and here I will receive string email, and return type will be user equal to, here I will use the user repository dot find by email, and here I will give email, and check if user not equal to null, means we are getting one user with this existing email. Okay, email is already exist in our database. So that time what we need to do is we need to throw an exception. So let's throw exception. What I will throw, email is already used. Okay, throw new exception, I need to give here new, add throw declaration, and we need to return not equal to null. So find email, else we need to use okay user equal to null. Sorry guys, here what we want to check, like we are finding a user by this email. Okay, so if we don't get any user, then what we will throw exception here, user not found with this email. Okay, user not found with email, and let me provide here email as well, user not found. And if we found user, then we'll return this user. Okay, so yeah guys, with this method what we are gonna do is we are finding first user by this email. If don't find any user, then we'll throw this exception. If we find user, then we'll return this user. Now what I'm gonna do is, here before creating new user, before save this user, I will check if email is already exist in our database or not. So find by email, and here I will give user.getEmail. Okay, and here let me define user and is exists, and we need to all right guys, so we can't do this. Let's do one thing here. We don't need this method. Let me comment it out. Here itself we can check. Let me copy this. Sorry for the confusion guys. So here itself we will use like is exist. Here I will give is exist, and instead of email I will give here user.getEmail, and if is exists not equal to null, this means we have get one user in from our database with this email. So we are telling that user is exists, user is exists with this email. So user dot get email. All right, so guys, there is lots more confusion, so let me explain it once more. So what I'm gonna do here is, first I will find the user by email. If I get this user, then I will throw this exception, user is not user is exist with this email. Okay, else I will create new user, saved it in database, and return this. All right, so now let's go to here. Instead of this, let me give here Ram, and let me give name as well Ram. Okay, let me send. You can see our user is created, but if I send it again, you can see we have get the exception, and that is what user is exist with ram@gmail.com. and if I give here Sita and Sitaram, you can see our user is created. But if I run it again with the same email, you can see we have get user is exist with sita@gmail.com. all right, so yeah guys, I hope you may understand this. Now what I'm gonna do is our create user is ready. Now let's write one method for delete user, or maybe let's do one thing. Yeah, let's write method for delete user. Okay, and here we need to pass user ID, which user you want to delete. So user ID. And guys, a delete method can't accept the request body, so we need to remove request body from here. Also we need to change it with delete mapping, and we need to import it, delete mapping. Okay, now let me do this. Here what I'm gonna do is I will return here string. Okay, so user repository dot delete by id. Okay, here I need to give user id. Guys, now you can see here I have given user id here. Now how to access this user id? So this user id you can access using path variable. Okay, so let's use here path variable. It's gonna be long and user id. That's it. Now let's return here like user is deleted successfully. User deleted successfully. Okay, so if I check here, you can see we have this two user with the same email. Okay, so let's delete one of them. Let's delete whose id is 3. So let me add here new request and write here delete user. Here I need to provide this provide id 3. Okay, and delete name. Guys, why I have given here 3? Because if you can see here I have provided user id. It's gonna be dynamic. Okay, you can pass whatever user id you want. All right, now let's delete it. You can see user deleted successfully. Now if I go to my database and I check here, you can see I have already one user with this ashok@gmail.com. Okay, so our delete mapping is also working fine. Now let's write one more method. That is nothing but get. It's gonna be get mapping. So get all the users, okay, which are present in our database. So for this, let's write here get all users. And get map here we don't need path variable, so let me remove this. And guys, it will return a list of user. Okay, list of user, because inside our database there will be so many users. Now let's write here list of users user repository. Now find all, just give it find all. Okay, and just return here users. Okay, so inside user repository, for finding all the records, we have find all method. Using this we can find all the records, or we can get all the records. Let's go to here, let's create one more method, requests. Name should be get all users, and localhost, and see this, we have 3 users, code with Josh, Ashok and Ram. Alright, so our get all users also working fine. Now let's write one more method, that is nothing but find user by id. But find user by id actually we don't need here. We'll do this in recipe setting application, recipe controller. Okay, all right guys, so now here there is one problem. Here we are defining our route also, and also we are writing our business logic in the same file. So what I need to do is I want to make it more structured. Okay, I want to make it more structured project. I don't want to write business logic in the same file where I have defining routes. Okay, I want to make separate file for all these things. So what I'm gonna do is I will write one package here called interface and user service. Okay, and first I need to create one package. Let me tell it this. So let's first create one package called service, and here new class user service. Okay, but it should be interface. All right, and here I will define all the methods regarding user. So what I'm gonna do is actually let's do one thing. Let user controller as it is, but let's create here new service, new interface for recipe service. Okay, inside this recipe service I will write all the methods. So public recipe, actually we don't have recipe class, so let me first create here recipe class. So I will click on new, create one class recipe, and let's go to recipe. Here we need to annotate this class with getter setter, then also we need to annotate with entity. Of course we want to make this entity just like user. Okay, private long id, of course, then we need to annotate with id. Okay, then let's generated value. Here we need to give strategy, and generation type I need to give auto. Okay guys, so all this thing I have already explained in user entity, so I'm not gonna now explain this again. Okay, so private string title. All right, private user. So why I have given user here, because I want to tell this tell that which user have created this recipe. Okay, that user I will define here. Private string image, private string description, private boolean vegetarian, and private local date time created it, private lists long likes new array lists. Okay, so what I'm doing here is inside this likes list I will add user IDs. Okay, those user IDs whoever like this recipe. Okay, those users ID I will store inside this list, whoever like this recipe. All right, so that's it. Now guys, here if you can see, I have used the user field. So what I need to do is here I need to define the relation. Okay, what are the relation between user and recipe? Since it is a entity, recipe and user, that's why I need to define the relation between this user entity and recipe entity. So like in recipe only one user will be there, okay, but at the same time the same user will be in multiple recipe, means one user can create multiple recipe, okay, but one recipe can created by only one user. That will be not two user in one recipe. That's not the scenario, okay. So recipe have only one user, but one user can create multiple recipe. So that's why here I need to provide many to one relation, okay, between a recipe and user. So what is many to one? So one user can create many recipe, but many at the same time many recipe have only one user, okay. Recipe don't have multiple user. That's why many recipe have one user, but one user can create many recipes. So that's the relation here. All right, now when I define this relation inside my recipe table, it will not contain whole user. Instead of, it will contain just a user ID. Okay, I will show you this when I will create new recipe, so don't worry about that. Now let's go to here and let's define here our recipe method. So first create recipe, user recipe, okay, it will take two things, user and recipe. So recipe data, okay, which you want to create, and user, which user want to create this recipe. Public, now recipe, find a recipe by ID, okay, long ID, throws exception, okay, no worries. Now public void delete recipe. So here I need to provide ID, which recipe do you want to delete, throws exception. So why we need the exception here? Because first we need to find the recipe by ID. If we didn't find any recipe by this ID, then we want to throw exception like recipes does not exist. Okay, here also same, we will find recipe by ID. If we didn't find any recipe by this ID, then we'll throw exception, recipe does not exist with this ID. Okay, public recipe update recipe and long ID, throws exception. All right, so here also we need to first find recipe by ID. If recipe doesn't exist, then how can we update it? Okay, so that's why we need to throw exception like recipe is not exist if we didn't find any recipe. Then public list of recipe, find all recipe, okay, and public recipe like recipe. Okay, long recipe ID here I need to give, then user throws recipe exception. Okay, now let me import this list. Alright, so these are the guys just method name, nothing much more fancy. Like this method will create recipe, this method will find recipe by ID, this method will delete recipe, it will update recipe, it will find all the recipe which are present in our database, and it will like recipe. Now for all this method we need to write implementation. Okay, we need to write business logic, because by default it's not gonna be work. We need to provide a business logic, how it will create recipe, how it will find recipe by ID, okay, and how it will delete recipe and all this thing. So let's write here service implementation. So new class and write here recipe service implementation, recipe service implementation. Since guys here we are writing our all business logic, we need to annotate with service annotation. Okay, and now here we need recipe repository. So recipe repository, but we haven't created this recipe repository. So let's first create this recipe repository inside repository package. So let's create interface recipe repository. Okay, here I need to extend with JPA repository, and here I need to give recipe, and I need to give IDs data type. So IDs data type is nothing but long in our recipe class. Alright, now let's give a recipe repository, recipe repository. Okay, and we need to make it auto wired, else it will be null. Okay, so we need to make it auto wired. Now let's implement this with a recipe service, guys. So implements with this recipe service. Which recipe service? You can see we have created all this method inside recipe service. So with this recipe service we need to implement this recipe service here. So now it will ask us to add unimplemented method. So let's add it. Okay, you can see we have all the override method which we have created inside recipe service. Now let's write our business logic here. Okay, so let's create here new recipe. Recipe created recipe equal to new recipe. Okay, I will first create empty object. Now let's set all the fields. So created recipe dot set. First we need to set title. Okay, title, where it will come from? Recipe dot get title. Okay, created recipe dot set image. So recipe actually dot get image. Now description. So create a recipe dot set description. So recipe dot get description. Now let's add user. So created recipe dot set user. This user will set here. Okay, all right. Now recipe created recipe dot set created at when it will created. So here we need to give local datetime dot now. Okay, now created recipe dot set any left, like we don't want to set. Okay, all the fields are ready. Now let's create this recipe service and return here. Okay, so using recipe repository, we'll save this created recipe, save created recipe. Okay, and we'll return it. That's it. So our created recipe logics are done. Now let's implement this find recipe by ID. So what I need to do is, let me give here a recipe OTP optional opt equal to recipe repository dot get by ID. Okay, here we need to give ID or maybe find by ID. Okay, it's deprecated, so we don't want to use deprecated methods here. We'll use here find by ID. Okay, now it will ask me to change type of optional instead of recipe. All right, why optional, guys? So when we invoke this find by ID method inside recipe repository, it will return this optional type. So optional type means maybe recipes exist in this or maybe it's not. So how we can check it? Like opt if opt dot is present. If it's present, that means recipe is present or we get the recipe with this ID. Okay, if it is present, then what we need to do is we need to return here opt dot get method. By using get method, we can get the recipe object. Okay, and if it's not present, that means we didn't get any recipe with this ID. So what we are gonna do is we'll throw new exception. That is nothing but a recipe not exist with ID. So recipe not found with ID, and let me give here ID as well. And instead of return, I need to throw new exception. Okay, that's how find recipe will work. Now let's delete recipe. So for deleting recipe, first I need to check this recipe is exist in our database. If it is not exist, then how can I delete it? So first let's find it by ID. Find recipe by ID and then delete recipe by ID. So recipe repository dot delete by ID, and that's it. Okay, we don't need to return anything because it return type is void. Now update recipe. Okay, so what we are gonna do is here, first we need to find recipe by ID. Copy, let's paste it, ID. Okay, and old recipe, we can say that old recipe. Okay, data type will be recipe. Now here we'll check if a recipe which are coming from body request, it's exist get title not equal to null. Okay, that means we are getting title inside body from request body. So we need to change old recipe dot set title. And what is this? So recipe dot get title. Okay, Now it will check what other fields it's gonna contain. Recipe.get image. You want to change image, then if yes, then what we are gonna do is old recipe.set image recipe.set image, sorry, get image. Okay, if it contains description as well, then let's change description as well. Recipe.get description not equal to null. Then what I'm gonna do, old recipe dot set description and recipe dot get description. Now let's save this, let's update this old recipe. So what we are gonna do is recipe service repository dot save and old recipe. Okay, so guys, this save method work for two things. First, create new record, and second, update new records. So how it will identify that when it should create new record and when it should update this record. So guys, when we give any object inside this save method, so it will search for ID. It will get the ID inside this object. Okay, then it will check in our database that with the same ID, if any record is present, then it will update. And if he didn't get any ID in this object, then it will create new record in our database. Okay, I hope you may understand. Now find all recipes. So simple, recipe repository dot find all, that's it. And for the like repository, what I'm gonna do is alright, let's like repository. So first we need to find the recipe. Okay, so let's find recipe by ID. Recipe equal to find by ID, find recipe by ID, recipe ID. Okay, now here we'll check if recipe dot get likes equal to null. Actually we don't need this. Recipe dot get likes dot contains, and here we need to give user ID, user dot get ID. Okay, if it's already contains that user, then what we need to do is we need to remove that user, so it's gonna be unlike. Okay, recipe dot get like dot remove, and here we need to give user dot get ID. Else what we need to do, we need to add user inside this. Recipe dot get likes dot add user dot get ID. All right, and also let me give here. All right, so guys, here what we are doing is, if recipe is already liked by this user, then we are unlike that recipe, and if recipe is not liked by this user, then we'll like that recipe. So here we'll check first, recipe dot get likes, if it's contain already user ID, then we'll remove, and if it's not contain, then we'll add. All right, so that's it for this. Now let's create the controller, just for user controller. So class recipe controller. Okay, and let's annotate it with REST controller. Here what I'm gonna do is I need a recipe service. So let me define here recipe service. Recipe service. I need to make it auto wired. Okay, and now let's write public. It's gonna be return recipe, create recipe. It's gonna be take request body recipe recipe. Let me import this. Okay, now what I need to do is okay, so create new recipe. Okay, so recipe created a recipe equal to a recipe service dot create recipe. Here we need to give recipe and user. Then we can return created recipe. Alright, so guys, where this user will come from? Okay, here you can see we need to pass here user. Which user? This user which we want to create this recipe. So from where we can pass this user? So that's the main concern. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I will go to here. I will pass here post mapping, because it's gonna be post method. We want to insert data or create new record inside our database. That's why here we need to give post mapping, and let's give API recipe user, and here we'll pass user ID. Okay, this user wants to create this recipe. So now let's access this by using path variable. Path variable user ID. It's gonna be long. Okay, but now okay, we have get the user ID, but now how we can get user from user ID? So what we are gonna do is let's go to user service. Here I will write one method, public user find user by ID, and long user ID. Let's throw exception. Okay, now let's import this user. Let's create here a user implementation. So user service implementation and service. And here what I need to do is I need user repository. So user repository. Auto add. Okay, let's write let's implement with user service. Let's click here, add an implemented method. Let's find user by ID. So user optional equal to user repository find by ID, user ID. Control S. So change to find by ID just. Okay, and change type of OPT optional, OPT to optional. All right, and here just same like a recipe, we need to first check if OPT dot is present, then OPT dot get. We need to return this, so let's return, else we are gonna throw error. So let's throw new exception. User not found with ID, user ID. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I will go to recipe controller, and here I will create one more instance that is nothing but user repository. User repository. Auto add. Okay, and here will actually not user repository, we need to inject here user service. Sorry, user service. Okay, now we can check here user, we can find the user. So user equal to user service dot find user by ID. All right, now we get the user here, and we can pass this user here. So that's it, add throw declaration. Okay, so that's how our create recipe will work. Now let's copy this. Let's write for get all recipes, get all recipe. We don't need to pass here now user. We don't need this as well, and also don't need this path variable. Just find all recipe. Actually we don't need this user service as well. Now here recipe service dot find all recipe. Okay, and now it will return list of recipe. Okay, so let's give here recipes, and let me import this list. list of recipe. Okay, let me save it. Add cast to recipe, get all recipe. Change type of recipes to list of recipe. Change return type of find all to recipe. Okay, I need to give here list of recipe. Alright, now let's copy this. Let's write for update recipe. So for guys, for getting recipe we need to change this post mapping to get mapping. Okay, that one more thing. And now let's delete recipe. Delete recipe. So here we need to give delete mapping. Okay, and here we need to pass recipe ID. So let's use here recipe ID, and let's access from path variable. And it's gonna be long recipe ID. Now it's not gonna return anything. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of find all recipe, I will give here delete recipe. And I will return here a string like recipe deleted successfully, and let me define here string, and let me import this get mapping. Okay, now let's write for update recipe. So for update recipe, let me copy this, paste it over here. Instead of create, let me write here update recipe. Okay, here I need to give put mapping. Let me import this. Now user service find user by ID. So first let's check what are the things we need here. So recipe service dot update recipe, we need to pass a recipe and ID of the recipe. Okay, so here let's give recipe ID, or maybe just let's give ID. This ID gonna be path variable, comes from path variable, and it's gonna be ID. Okay, now here we don't need this user service as well. Alright, and here we need to give updated recipe instead of created recipe. Alright, so this is for update recipe. Now let's like recipe. For this, what I'm gonna do is I will just over here like recipe. Okay, inside this, let's call this like recipe. We need to give user and recipe ID. Okay, this recipe ID, and let's define here user and user ID as well. Okay, so instead of this request body, I'm gonna give here path variable, and here I will give long and user ID. Okay, which user ID? This user ID. Okay, that's gonna be same. Alright, now let's find user by ID. So what I'm gonna do, I will copy this line, paste it over here and pass user here. Okay, that's all. I guess our recipe APIs are done. So let's go to here and let's check. Let's add new requests, create a recipe. What I need to do, localhost API recipe, inside body, inside the row JSON, let me give here a recipe data. And what are those? ID, pixabe, actually pixel food image. Let's go to here and let's get this image, copy image address. Let's go to here and here what I need to give first, let's give title THLE, pizza, then image, then description, delicious, or maybe nice, or let me grab 2 lines for food recipe. Food courts. Okay, let's go to here and let's bring this. Food is symbolic of love when words are in the quotes. Let's go to here. All right, and yeah, let's give here vegetarian, true. That sense. Actually we need to give here post method not allowed. API recipe create recipe, user and user ID also we need to give, which user have created this recipe. So guys, let's go to our database and check which user. Let's give Ram. Okay, so 52 user ID, Ram have created this recipe. So let's give here 52 and that's it. You can see our recipe ID is 1, title this, user here you can see Ram, we have just give ID, but here we get full user. Okay, image also we have get and likes. Now let's update this recipe. So what I'm gonna do, add request, update a recipe, put mapping. Instead of this recipe here I need to give recipe ID. So I want to add first recipe whose name is, first let's get all the recipe, then we'll update it. Okay, so add request, get all recipe, localhost, and this you can see we have get this all the recipe and his title is pizza. Okay, now I want to change it from burger. So recipe 1, let's go to body, row, here what I give it title I will give burger, and all the remaining things will be as it is. Okay, I only want to change title. Let's send it. Unsupported media type. Content type is not supported. So API recipe, let's go to here and check our endpoint. API recipe ID request body recipe path variable ID. API recipe 1 put mapping, it's gonna be put mapping. It is put mapping. And title I have given here burger. Unsupported media type. What I mean by that? It's not supported. Message content type text plain character UTF-8 is not supported. Okay, now it's working fine. Alright guys, so here you can see burger. Okay, our title was changed to burger. Also you can change a description as well, but vegetarian. Vegetarian. Instead of vegetarian, here I need to give vegetarian. So let's make this typo fix. Vegetarian. Okay, and let's create here new. Could not stand for vegetarian does not have a default value. Of course guys, so what I need to do is let me alt this column. Or maybe guys, what you can do is just drop this database and create it again, because we have recently changed a vegetarian to vegetarian, that's why it's giving this error. Or maybe you can delete vegetarian column in your database, then it will work fine. Okay, so now let's go to and check other fields as well. So let's like recipe. So for this we need to pass here recipe ID, that is nothing but 1. User 52 will not 52, user 2 will like this recipe. Okay, so let's go to get all recipe first. We are getting this recipe like is empty, but when I here I need to give like recipe. When I hit this API method not allow, of course I need to make it put method. I didn't get anything, why? But let's go to and get all recipe. So let's check what's the problem with like recipe controller. Like recipe API recipe ID user ID return updated recipe. Okay, and let's go to recipe service, find all recipe. Okay, like recipe we are returning here null, instead of we need to return here. First guys we need to saved it. Okay, so recipe repository dot save, and here we need to give a recipe. Now it will work. Let's go to here. Let's like this recipe, and you can see inside like we have two user ID. Okay, but if I hit this again, it will unlike. Okay, one more thing guys, here I need to provide like symbol. Okay, but yeah, I will provide it later. So what I'm gonna do is here recipe, instead of recipe I need to give here recipes all there. Here also recipes, here also recipes. Guys, since you are you can see that we are writing this repeating endpoints in all the methods. So what I'm gonna do, here I will write request mapping and here I will define this API recipes. Okay, now here we don't need to pass this endpoint. This endpoint automatically will start from this endpoint. Okay, so now we can remove this recipes. Here we don't need to provide anything, and let's remove this as well. Let's remove this as well. Alright, and if you can see still it will work. Let me give you a recipe. You can see 2 for like, and if I give it again, it's unlike. And here I need to give like endpoint. Okay, so let me give here like, so that we can identify that API, this API is for like recipe. Alright, so guys, our all the recipe API is working fine, and now it's time to implement a Spring security in our application. Okay, currently you can see our endpoints are not secure, and also we didn't implement login method in our application. Okay, so implementing Spring security will implement our login method as well, and will also secure that all the routes. Without token we can't access this route. Okay, that's how we'll secure all our routes. For accessing all this route we need to provide a token. Without token nobody will can access our API or maybe our application. Okay, so that kind of security we are going to implement using Spring security in our application. Alright guys, so now let's implement Spring security in our application. So first let's go to pom.xml, and we need to comment out this dependency Spring security. Okay, let's Control S. Now if I can see in the console, okay, first it's give me one error, so let's resolve this error. Go to here, and what I'm gonna do, root, and let me rerun it. Okay, so our error is gone, and you can see Spring security has by default generated this password. for us. So let's copy this. Now guys, if we can go to here and if I refresh, you can see it's giving me by default this login page. Now I'm not able to access our home controller. You can see this. So here I need to give username will be by default user, and password which we have copied from terminal. That password I need to give here, and when I click on sign in, you can see now I'm able to this home controller. But what I want is, I don't want to secure this home controller. I want to access this home controller without password. Okay, I don't want to give any password. Without that password I want to access this route. But when it comes to any other endpoints like get all recipe, create recipe, okay, that time I want password. That time I want that security, like if somebody pass token or password, then only he can able to access this endpoint. So how can I do this? So this kind of configuration, guys, we need to tell our Spring Boot. So let's go to here and let's create one config and then write this configuration. So config, and let me create here one class that is nothing but app config. Okay, and here we need to annotate with configuration because it's gonna be our configuration file. Okay, now here security chain. Okay, we need to provide a security chain, security filter chain, security filter chain method name. Here we need to access HTTP security and throw exceptions if any gets throws. Let me import exception. I'm not able to import this except. Okay, here is a spell mistake, exceptions. Now let me return here null, so it won't give me any error. Now let's start. So first, HTTP session management. Okay, HTTP session management. In session management, guys, I want to give that don't manage session by yourself. Like if I do this, now I will get this endpoint, okay, without passing any password, because when I give credential, it has already store the details in my session. Okay, here inside application, inside you will get the session management, local storage, or cookies. Now let me clear this, and if I refresh here, you can see I have get this form again. Okay, so guys, Spring Security by default managing session by itself, but I want to tell that don't manage session by yourself, I will manage it. So for this, what I need to give here, management dot, actually let me use here this management dot session creation creation policy, and I will make it session creation policy stateless. Okay, so session creation policy stateless. Then authorize HTTP requests. Okay, now inside this let me take here. Okay, so guys, session creation policy will be stateless. Don't use don't manage session by yourself. I will manage it. Okay, and inside authorize HTTP request, I need to so guys, this part is for session management. Now this authorize HTTP request. Okay, authorize HTTP request, inside I need to give what are the endpoint should be whitelisted and what are the endpoint should be protected. So let's give this here. Authorize lambda expression I will use here. Authorize dot, it's not authorize, callback, authorize request matchers, and here I need to define endpoints. Okay, so whatever endpoint will start from API, okay, make it authenticated. So let's give here authenticated, make it authenticated. All the endpoints which are starting from API, make it authenticated. Now here I need to give any other requests. Why I'm like this? Dot. Why it's like this? Okay, I need to write like inside this, any requests, any other request, permit all. Okay, so let me make it structure, then I will explain you once more. Alright guys, so here I'm telling that those endpoint which are starting from API **, make it authenticated, and those endpoint which are not starting for API, make it whitelisted. Okay, user can access those endpoint without using any password and token. So that's it. Now let CSRF, make it CSRF disable. So CSRF disabled. Okay, and dot course, let course dot configuration source, and here course configuration source I need to give course configuration source. So let me make it like this, course configuration source. Okay, so let me define here method name instead of this course configuration source. Now we need to create this method because we don't have. Okay, then dot http basic will make it with default, and dot form login dot form login also I will give it with default. First let me give here with default. with defaults, and here also I need to give with defaults. That's it. Okay, now we need to create method for course configuration because we don't have, and also let's click here, create method with a default. And what is, give me remove argument mesh from login, HTTP basic, then form login. Actually we don't need to provide this. HTTP basic with defaults. Why it's giving me error? HTTP basic. Form login with defaults. Let me remove this as well. So what it's saying, HTTP basic at yeah, still HTTP basic form login. Let me remove this for now. Let me give like this, and let's fix this. Configure problem server tree. Okay, don't use this form login, use only form login. Syntax and file. Okay, so form login with defaults. Now it's fine, and let me remove this, we don't need it. Okay, and we need to, guys, annotate this with bin. So let me annotate with bin. Okay, and here we need to return HTTP build instead of null. Okay, so that's it. Now inside this course configuration, we need to configure course. Okay, like from which client our backend should be accessible, or for which client we want to block this. So this kind of functionality we are gonna implement here. So let me return here new course configuration source. Okay, and you can see we have got this override method. Now let's implement this override method. Let me remove this and request then course configuration cfg equal to new course configuration. Now cfg dot set allow credentials or maybe allow origins. Okay, so inside this origin we can give like for which URL we want to make it accessible our backend. So here I will give universal like for any client side URL it will be accessible. So for that what I'm gonna do is collection okay, collection dot singleton collections dot singleton list, and here I need to give universal like this. Okay, for any of this it can be accessible. Now let me copy this, and also I will set allow methods, which are the methods will be allowed. So let me give all the methods allowed. Let's give set allow header. So I will allow all the headers. Now set expose header. So cfg dot set expose header also I will give a universal. Okay, and you can set here max edge. So let me set here max as well. Let me set is 30 trouble. And now let's return here cfg. So that's it. Let me refresh this and check our endpoint is now whitelisted or not. So let's refresh, remove this. You can see now we don't need to provide the password for accessing this endpoint, but if I call api.recipes, you can see we need to provide login credential. Okay, so let's go to here and copy this password and user, paste this password, and here API recipes. Alright guys, this kind of thing we need to do in the Postman. Here I guess it will not work. So guys, I hope you understand. Now for accessing this endpoint we don't need to pass any password and username, but if you want to pass anything else, if you want to access anything else, then we need to pass user and password. Okay, now what we can do is let's go to here. So our configuration is done. Now we need to implement login and sign up method using JWT. Okay, so let's go to my previous project, and what I'm gonna do is I will copy JWT dependencies here from here. Okay, and I will also tell you like from internet how can you search this dependency. So no worries about that. Let me copy this. Let me go to my pom.xml, and in the last here I'm gonna paste it. Okay, now what should I do is let's go to here, and again I will save this and run it again. Alright, so our backend is running fine. We have add our JWT dependencies, and let me close this and let's go to here. So guys, we have added this JSON web token JWT API, and this JSON web token from JWT IMPL, JSON web token from JWT Jackson, IMPL and API. These three dependency I have added here. You can search inside browser as well, like JSON web token Maven dependency. Okay, so yeah, here you can find the inside this you can find JSON web token dependencies. Okay, API, Jackson, and which is other API, Jackson, and IMPL. All the dependency you can search in the browser, you will get it. Now let's go to here, and inside package let me create new file. Okay, this file is for what? So guys, as I told you, now I will still, if you can see here, here we need to provide Spring Security's by default generated password, but now I want that user can log when user register itself, that time he will get one token, and using that token he will be able to access all the secure route. I don't want to generate this Spring Security's default generated password. Okay, because since we are in debug mode, we are getting that password, but when we go inside production, that time we don't get this password. So how can we access secure route? So using user's credential, like when user pass their own password and email, okay, during register time and login time. So using user's credential, he will be able to access secure password, secure route. So now that kind of functionality we want to implement in our application. So first what we need to do is we need to create one file for JWT token validator, or maybe first let's create one file for JWT provider. So JWT provider. Okay, inside JWT provider we'll write logic for creating JWT, and let me make it service first. Let's import it, and yeah, generate JWT. So public string generate token. For generating token we need authentication, which comes from Spring Security, Spring Framework boot auto configuration, not this authentication, Spring Framework Security Core. Okay, then here I need to pass auth, then string JWT equal to, here I can use dots, come from JWT dependency builder, here set issued at. So here I can issue in which date on which date this token is issued. Okay, so yeah, now set expiry, Let me first import the state from java.util set expiry. Why I'm not able to set expiry? Let me return JWT here. Charts builder, then set issued it. Now dot set expiration, set expiration new date. Inside this new date dot get time at 6/4 dot claim email, and here I need to give auth dot name, auth dot get name. Okay, then sign in with, guys, I will explain this field, don't worry. Sign in with key. Here I need to give key and dot compact. That's it, our token is ready. So guys, here you can see I have set the claim. Okay, so what is this? So inside this token I will set email. Okay, so when somebody wants to get this email using this token, he can do that. That's why I'm setting here email. Now what we are going to do is, so when user will when user will register themselves, okay, that time I will generate this token, and inside this token I will give email which user have provided register time. Okay, so now using this token we can retrieve this email as well. Okay, and also when user logged in, that time also I will generate this token and set email which user has provided during login time. Okay, so from this token we can access the email. Now using this email we can get user from our database. Okay, so yeah, this you will understand once we implement it. So for now, that understand this, that will set email inside token when user register themselves and login themselves. All right, now let's write one method for get string get email from JWT token string, and JWT I need to give here. Okay, but guys, we don't have this sign key. Okay, so we need to provide this key. So let's do this thing. What I'm gonna do, I will create one new class, JWT constant. I will give name JWT constant, then public static final, and I will give name this constant to JWT secret. Okay, and here guys you need to give a random string. Okay, type will be string. All right, now let's write another constant as well. So public static final, and type will be string, and this time is authorization or JWT header. JWT header equal to authorize authorization. That's how I will give. Okay, authorization. Now this both are, I guess, ready to use. Let me make more. All right, now let's go to here and let's create sign-in key. So how to create sign-in key? For that, let's create one variable, private secret key. So secret key, okay, key equal to keys dot add schema, and here we need to give our secret key, which we have right inside JWT constant. So let's use this JWT constant dot JWT secret dot get bytes. Okay, this key we need to give here. All right, now let's go to here and return null for now. And first let's get JWT from the string JWT. So JWT dot substring, and here we need to pass 7. That's why I'm doing this. So whenever user will pass JWT token from client side, it will send like this. First it will send bearer token, bearer keyword, and then here our actual JWT. Okay, so in this manner a user will send the token from client side. So we need to extract this word. So if you can count this word, you can see, you can count this character 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7. So we need to extract this 7 character. That's why I have used here substring 7. All right, okay, now let's claims equal to dot parse builder. We can use here parse builder, set sign-in key. Inside this we need to set our key dot build dot parse claim, parse claims. Inside we need to give JWT, and on that we can invoke get body method. And now let me do this, import this. Okay, string email equal to string dot value of, and here we need to give claims dot get, and here we need to give key. Okay, so guys, this key value should be matched when we have given during the generate time. Okay, this should be matched, else if you give here emails and here email, then it will not work. Okay, so this should be match. All right, now let's return email instead of null. All right, so that's it. Our things is done here for JWT provider. Now let's write JWT validator. So why JWT validator? I will tell you that as well. JWT token validator. Okay, so guys, in the app config, let's go to here. We have given that yeah, if our endpoints will start from API/API, then it should be protected. Okay, but how it will check, that is how it will check, like it is valid or not. Maybe I need to give it to access or not. How it will check? So for that, what I'm gonna do here, we need to write the logic, and we need to tell that using this logic you need to validate the user that yes, it has provided the valid JWT. Now you can give access of this endpoint. Okay, so I hope you will be understand now this kind of functionality we are gonna implement here. After this, add filter before. Okay, and here I need to give new JWT validator, JWT token validator, and here I need to give basic authentication filter. Basic authentication filter, basic authentication filter dot class. That's it. Change add filter. Yeah. Okay guys, so now before giving access to protected route, it will check that JWT validator, what JWT validator is telling. It's telling we need to give access or not. Okay, so yeah, now before giving access to protected route, it will go to JWT validator and check token is valid or not. So let's do this now. Let's write here our logic for check a token is valid or not. So extends, we need to extend this per request filter. Now when I add an implemented method, it will write one override method, and we need to implement this override method. Wow, great. So first let's get JWT token. How we'll get JWT token? So inside requests, inside header, so get header, inside authorization header, user have passed the token authorization. Okay, so for authorization we have JWT constant dot JWT header. Okay, inside this JWT header variable we have constant, actually we have authorization word. Okay, that's why I have used this, and if you don't want to use like this, you can also use like this as well, like authorization, because in this authorization header user will pass the JWT, but I'm not gonna pass this keyword. I'm not gonna pass directly this keyword. Instead of, I will use this. Okay, now let's write here condition if JWT not equal to null, then proceed, and JWT I will abstract from substring, as I told you before. Why I want to use substring here. Now try, and secret key schema, all this thing I need. So what I'm gonna do is go to JWT, I will copy this and paste it over here. Okay, also we don't have key, so let me copy this key as well. secret key. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is string authorities, because we haven't passed here authority, so what we don't need it. And let's create here authentication. So authentication equal to new username password authentication. Here we need to give email and authorities. So email, let's give here email, and authority, let's give null. All right, now I don't understand why I'm getting this. Okay, because here I need to catch the error. Okay, inside catch, what I'm gonna do is I will throw new bad credential exception. I will write here invalid token. Okay, and we need to set this authentication into context holder, so let me do this as well. Security context holder dot set dot get context, then set context, set authentication, and this authentication. Okay, that's it. Now after this catch and this if condition, we need to proceed. So filter chain do filter. Here we need to give request and response. That's it. Okay, so that's it for this. Now what I'm gonna do is, still guys, it will generate by default password. So for this we need to make one service here, custom user details service. Okay, by implementing this service, will tell security that don't generate custom password, we don't need it. Okay, we'll write our own logic for this. We'll use our own JWT token. Okay, so custom user details service we need to implement with user details service. User details service. User details service. Yeah, now it will ask us to add an implemented method, and we need to implement this. Now here we need user repository as well. So private user repository and user repository. That's it. Now what I'm gonna do, here I will find user by email first. So user equal to user repository find by email, you can see, and here we need to give username, and let's import this user. Okay, so guys, in username we are setting email, that's why we are using here username. Okay, now let's check. If user equal to null, then here I need to throw exception. Throw new username not found exception. User not found with email username. Okay, and let's return here. First let me define here list empty authorities. Okay, so granted authority, that we import first list granted authority, then authorities equal to new array list, and here I will return new user. So this user comes from Spring Framework security core user details, right? Here what I need to do give is directly you can give user. Okay, so let's give user. What is the constructor is not defined. Okay, user dot get email, then user dot get password, and here authorities. Right, done. When I refresh this our application, this time it won't generate default password, guys. So let me refresh our application. Okay, so guys, you can see this time you can't find the default generated password in console, because now implementing this service, we have told user that don't generate default password, we'll use on our own JWT token for authenticate. Okay, now we need to implement our register method and login method. So let's create a new class auth controller. Okay, we need to annotate with REST controller, and let's provide here starting endpoint. So request mapping, and it will start from auth. Okay, here we need user repository. So let's define user repository. Also we need here custom user detail service. So custom user detail service, custom user details. Okay, anything else we will need, then we'll add it here. Also let's JWT provider will need here, because when user will register we need to create new token, and also when user will log in, that time also we need to create new token. Okay, also password encoder we need. So what I'm gonna do is I will go to here, guys, and write one passcode encoder method. Why need this password encoder method? Because before storing our password inside database, we need to encode that password. Okay, so public password encoder. Okay, and password encoder, and let's return new bcrypt password. Bcrypt password, bcrypt password encoder. Okay, yeah, and we need to annotate with bin. Alright, now let's go to our auth controller and add this as well. Private password encoder, password encoder. Okay, we need to annotate all this with auto-wired. So let me copy this, paste it over here as well, and over here as well. Alright, now we can start writing our register method. So what I'm gonna do, I will write here a public, then what I'm gonna return here. So I will return auth response. Of course auth response class we don't have, so we'll create it. Create user. Okay, from the request body we'll take user, and throw user exception. Instead of, let's throw only exception. Now let's create this auth response in auth response. So let's give a package name response and finish. Inside this auth response, guys, we need only two things. That is nothing but first is our JWT. So string JWT, let's make it private, and second thing, let's pass message. Okay, and let's annotate it with getter setter method, setter method. Also let's annotate it with all args constructor. Alright, so now let's go to here, return null for now. Okay, and here what I'm going to do is guys, I will close this, all this, and open auth actually auth controller again. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is here I will make three variable, one for email, and where it's come from, user.getEmail. Okay, and then password. Password also comes from user dot get password. Then string full name and user dot get full name. All right. Now here I will check is email is exist or not. So let's check. User is exist email in our database. First we need to check that is already this email is exist in our database. If it is yes, then we need to throw the exception, like you can't use this image because this image is already exist in our database with another account. Okay, so you need to use different email. So let's write that user repository dot find by email. Okay, and here I need to give email. Then if is email is exist email dot is present, actually not equal to null, or maybe equal to not equal to null, that means we found one user with this email. So now we need to throw the exception. Throw new user exception, or maybe just exception, exception, and email is already used with another account. Okay, so email is already used with another account. So that's it. Now what I need to do is if I didn't found any user with this email, then what I need to do, I need to create new user. So let's do this. So here I will give user and created user equal to new user. Okay, now created user dot set email, and here I need to set email. Then created user dot set password. All right, sorry, I need to set here password instead of email. All right, now let's set full name. So created user dot set full name, and that's it. Now guys, there is one more thing. Before setting password in our created user, we need to make it by bcrypt. Okay, so how we can do that? So here you can see we have a password encoder. So with the help of password encoder, we'll bcrypt our password, then we'll set in our created user object. Okay, so let's do this. Password encoder dot encode, and here we need to give password. Now we are gonna save this created user in our database with the help of user repository. So user saved user equal to user repository dot save created user. That's it. Now we need to create one authentication. So let's create it. Authentication will come from org framework security.core. Okay, authentication equal to new username password authentication token, and here I need to give created user. Okay, let me bring here. Oh, I can't bring here there, so let me do this. Control Z. Alright, so here guys, I need to give email and password. Instead of email and password, I can give saved user as well, so it will automatically detect. Or maybe let's give here email and password, not give this. password. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is let's set this authentication and security context holder. So security context holder dot get context and then set authentication. That's it. Now let's create one token. So string token equal to guys, we have a JWT provider instance. Using this JWT provider instance, actually yeah, JWT provider. So let me make it small. JWT provider dot generate token, and here we need to give authentication. All right, now we need to create one auth response. So here you can see we have already created auth response. So let me define here auth response. Okay, auth and let me write here response equal to new auth response. Actually auth response. And let me go to auth response response and check how it let me write here no arch constructor as well. Okay, now let's go to auth control auth response auth response. Why it's giving me error? Not understand. Add com.js dependency. Respose. Okay, this is the type of mistake, so yeah, that's why it's coming like this, but no worries. And now what I need to do is I need to set response.jwt inside token and response.set message sign up success. Sign up success. Okay, and now what I need to return here is response, and that's it. Okay, so our sign up method is guys ready. Now we need to define endpoint for our sign up method. So here I will give post mapping, because here we are gonna insert one record in our database, or maybe creating new user in our database. Okay, that's why we need to give here post mapping. So post mapping, and here I need to define endpoint, though it's gonna be sign up. Okay, sign up. Now let's create one method for a login. So here public, it will also return auth response, and sign in handler, let's write it. Also let's take here a request body. So inside request body guys, we need to take email and password. For this what I'm gonna do is I will make one login request class. Okay, login requests, login request class. Using this login request class, we'll structure username and password. So let's do this. String username. Username will be our email. So first what I'm gonna do, let me create this. Create class login request inside the request folder. Requests. Okay, here I will give two things, email and password, but both will be private, and let me make it private as well. And here I will annotate it with data and all args constructor and no args constructor. So guys, in the data, getter and setter both method will become, okay. We don't need to separately define setter method and separately define getter method. This both will come inside data, right? Now let's use this login request dot get email is our username and password equal to login request dot get password. That's it. Now let me return here null temporary so it won't give me error, and public I have given this login request cannot be resolved as to type. Alright, so let me make it saved and let's save this as well. So yeah, you can see our error is gone. Now let's write it. So here also I need to create authentication. Authentication equal to authenticate. So guys, we don't have this authenticate method, we need to define it. So we'll define it or we'll implement it. Okay. Security context holder so dot get context dot set authentication and authentication. Then let me generate here token. So guys, what I'm gonna do is I can copy this 3 line from here and paste it over here. So that's it. Okay. And now let's create this method. So create method authentication. And now let's remove this because we are returning here a response, so we don't need to return this null. Okay, so that's it. And now let's implement this our authentication. Guys, inside it will return our logic that our password is match or not. We get the user by using this username or not. If we didn't get or didn't found any user with this username, then we'll throw exception. And if we get any user or with this username or email, then what we are gonna do, we'll move to one step next, and then we'll check that this password is match or not. Okay, if password is not match, then we'll again throw the exception, and if password will match, then we'll return authentication. Okay, so let's write here. Now here we are gonna use user details. So user detail service, actually user custom user details. I guess we have custom user details. Yeah. User details. So user details comes from Spring Framework Security Core details, and let's write here user details equal to custom user detail service dot load user by username, and here I need to give user. If he will not able to load any user by this username, then we'll throw the exception. So let's write here if user details equal to null. That means he will not able to load the username by using this username. Sorry, he not able to load the user by using this username. So that's why we are gonna throw here exception. And which exception we'll throw here? Bad credential exception. Let's throw the bad credential exception. Bad credential exception, and here we will pass user not found. User not found. Okay, let's move next. And if he'll be able to load the user, then we'll check its password is match or not. So here not password encoder dot match, we have one method inside this, and this is match. So first guys, we need to give our normal password, and in the second parameter we need to give encoded password, as you can see here. So what is our encoded password? That is nothing but user detail dot get password. Okay, and here you can see if match, so it will return true, but here I have add the not sign. It means now it will return false. So here I'm telling that password encoder dot match is not done, then throw the exception, throw new bad credential exception, bad credential exception. Okay, invalid password, that's it. And if password is also match, then what we need to do is we need to return new username password authentication token. Here we will give user details and null, and here we'll give user details dot get authorities. That's it. So guys, now our sign in method is also done. Now it's time to define endpoints for our sign in method. So it's also gonna be post mapping, because guys we are sending here we are not inserting any data or create new data, but we are taking request body, okay, from the client side. That's why here we need to give post mapping, because if we annotate with its get mapping and we are taking get mapping, then we can't get the request body, okay, from where email and password will come. So that's the problem. That's why in login method also we need to take post mapping, and it's a industry standard approach, so don't worry about that as well. Now let's define here our endpoint, and that is nothing but sign in. Now what I'm gonna do is first guys, I will drop my database. So let me go to my application.properties file and copy my database name, go to MySQL, drop database, and I will give this database name. Okay, you can see query is okay for affected, means my database is now dropped. Now I need to create this database again. So create database, and I will give them name created name, not created. We need to give here create database. Okay, create database, and let's hit enter. So now my database is created. Let me rerun my project. That's it. Now let's go to here. Now instead of this create user, here I will give sign up. Okay, inside this sign up I need to give this these three fields, and also I need to change the endpoint will be auth and sign up. Okay, now let me show you this as well once, so you won't have any confusion in the future. So you can see this is sign up and this is auth, so that's why auth/sign up. Now let's send, and you can see guys, I have successfully generated token and message that sign up is success. Okay, now let me log in as well. Add requests and login. and instead of sign up, here I need to give sign in. Okay, inside body I will copy this, copy, I will go to row, I will pass this. Now here we don't need full name. Okay, so I will remove it, and let's hit the first, let's change the method name. Okay, now let's hit the send button, and I have get one error. What is this? User repository is null, because this dot user repository is null. Repository dot find by email. Okay, let's go to here. Let's go to our custom user detail service, and here what I need to do, I need to auto wire this user repository. Okay, that's why guys it's giving me the error in the custom user detail service. Guys, see this custom user detail service class properly. If you haven't give here auto wire, then it will give you the error like your repository is null or empty. Okay, now when I send the click on send button, you can see I have get successfully token. My sign up is success, but here I need to give sign in is success instead of sign up. So let me give here sign in success, and let me sign in again. You can see. Okay, now I guess it will work. Okay, sign in success. All right, now there is one more method guys we need to implement is when I provide JWT, it should give me the user details. Okay, whole user it should give me. So what I'm gonna do, let's go to our user service, find user by ID. Instead of find user by ID, here I will write one method, user find user by JWT. Okay, it will take string JWT and throws exception as well. Now let's implement this method, and here using this JWT will find the user. But first guys, we need here JWT provider. So private JWT provider, JWT provider. Okay, and here I will give auto wired. So what I'm gonna do is I will first access the email which I pass inside a JWT. So how can I do that? String email and JWT provider dot get email from JWT token. Okay, let's give here JWT token. Now here I have find the email. Okay, and here I can throw the exception, like if email equal to null, then what I will throw new exception, and that is nothing but please provide a valid email. Okay, of course if we will not found email in this JWT, then there is a problem with JWT. So we need to throw exception like provide a valid email, provide a valid token, valid JWT token. Okay, and if it is not null, then we'll find user by using this email. So we have one method inside user repository, find by email. Okay, if this user is null, let's check. If user equal to null, then what we are gonna do is throw the exception. will throw same exception, provide valid token, or maybe let's define here user not found with email, and let's give here this email. Okay, and if everything will good, then we'll send the user here. Everything is fine, then we'll send the user. Now let's go to user controller. Inside user controller, we need to write this method. So guys, now we don't need this method, so I'm gonna remove this. Also this delete method we don't need, so I will remove it. And get all users, let it be. Or maybe let's remove this as well. Okay, also we don't need user repository. Here we'll use user service. User service. Okay, and let's write our controller for getting user from JWT. So get user, or maybe find user by JWT, and here we need to take JWT. So here we need to define get method instead of post mapping. Endpoint will be API / profile, or maybe user profile. Okay, and guys, the JWT comes from request header. Okay, so what I need to do is let me define here request header, and inside this request header I will access authorization. Okay, inside this authorization we'll find JWT. Don't worry, I will make you understand this as well if you don't understand, if you haven't understand it. Okay, now let's find user equal to user service dot find user by JWT, and return user. And here we need to add declaration, throw declaration. That's it. Okay, now let me once check my endpoint, API users and profile. Yeah, all right guys, now it's time to check our endpoint. This endpoint, like if we provide the JWT, then it's able to give us user or not. So let's check it's working or not. So get user profile, and it's gonna be get mapping, get method. Here we need to define endpoint API / user / profile. Okay, and inside authorization, guys, as you can see here, I have access authorization from request header. Okay, so inside authorization and inside bearer token, I need to give the token. So where this token comes from, inside login method, let me copy this token, and let's go to get user profile and select all, and here I will give my token. When I send it, you can see it's able to give me the password. But there is one problem. I don't want this password here. I want only email, full name and user, because of course guys, in the client side we are not exposing our password. So what we need to do is, let's go to our user model, and here we have one JSON property, JSON property, read only. So access read only, I guess, like this. Okay, access dot read only. Now let's go to here and let's send it. Still there is no any change. JSON property dot access, JSON property, JSON property dot access, like this I need to give. Okay, JSON property access equal to JSON property dot access dot read only. Still it's not working. Actually write only I need to give here, not read only, sorry, write only. Okay, now of course it will work. So you can see now we don't have a password here. Okay, all right guys, now we are gonna make change in our recipe controllers endpoint. So what are those changes? So here you can see guys, if I go to create recipe, okay, and if I want to create new recipe, so I'm please sign in. Okay, it's giving me this error, please sign in. And one more thing guys, here I am giving this user ID from client side, but I don't want to give this user ID. What I will do, whatever JWT provided inside authorization, and from that JWT whatever user backend will get, that user should be set inside this recipe. Okay, so what I mean by that, so let me first give here a JWT token and let me send. Not found, no static resource API recipe user 5.2. So let's go to here and let's go to recipe controller, API recipes actually. Now user not found with ID 52, of course. So let me go to give user ID 1. Okay, you can see my recipe is created, but guys there is a problem. Like if somebody have somebody user's ID, then what it will does, it will pass that user's ID and create recipe by that user, that's user's name, using that user ID. Okay, so we don't want this in our application, because we want to make secure our application. Only those user who have their credential can create recipe by using its ID. Okay, we don't want allow to somebody that he can create a recipe by using somebody else user ID. Okay, so we don't want to allow that kind of behavior in our application. We want to make secure our application. Only those user can create recipe who have a their own JWT token. Okay, so that's why will not give this user from front end side. Now what we are gonna do is, here I will remove this actually, yeah, this as well, and we don't need to give here as well. Now we don't need this path variable. Instead this path variable will access request header, and here will access authorization. Okay, and here we'll access JWT token. Now inside this user service we have find user by JWT, and here we'll give this JWT. That's it. So these changes we are gonna make, guys, for all the methods, okay, which needs a user. So also for liking recipe, user is already logged in, will like. We don't want to give this user ID from client side. Okay, so let me remove this path variable and give this request header. Let me do this, not this user ID. Okay, and let me remove this. Here find by JWT, here I will give JWT. So recipe ID, okay, ID, and this. Yeah guys, make this those changes in your recipe controller. Okay, update. This is for get all recipe, delete recipe, and like recipe. All right, now let's go to here and create recipe. So see, since it will working fine. Now let's like the recipe. So here I need to provide authorization, JWT token. Not found, of course. We need to remove this, and let's hit. You can see inside likes we have 1, and if I run it again, so it will remove like, and it will like. All right guys, so our all the endpoints are working fine. We have tested successfully, and here our backend is over. Okay, now in the next video we'll create front end for our backend. All right guys, so now let's set up our environment for Angular. So just search for angular.io. You will be land to this website, and from here you need to click on docs. Let's go to docs, then click on get started. After that click on setup, and when you scroll down you will find the command for installing Angular CLI in your local machine. So just copy this command, paste it in your CMD command prompt. It will install Angular CLI in your local machine. After that, just copy this command and paste it in your command prompt as well. So what this command will do is, guys, by default in your window client, the execution of PowerShell script is disabled. But when you run this command in your command prompt, it will enable the PowerShell script in your local machine. Okay, so what I mean by that? So guys, once you install an Angular CLI in your local machine, you can use ng related command in your command prompt, but when you run your ng related command in PowerShell, it will not work. Okay, so that's why we need to run this command, so that we can run our ng related command in PowerShell as well. Alright, so guys, now our Angular CLI is ready and our Angular environment is ready. Now it's time to create a new Angular application. So just scroll down and you will get command for creating new Angular application. So let me open this in terminal, this folder, or here you can see I have opened my PowerShell window PowerShell, and now what I'm gonna do, I will copy this command, I will paste it over here, ng new, and here I need to give my project name. So let's give it recipe sharing, recipe sharing, and just hit the enter. Okay, so I have run this command now. Still, why it's not executing and generated a command in PowerShell. So let's wait, guys, what it will do. Let's say it will take some time. Let's wait. Please make it on. How much time you will take? Okay, now it's done. Now let's run again our ng new recipe sharing command. Okay, I hope this time it will work, because yeah, this time it's working fine. Now guys, it will ask us some question. So which CSS you want to use in your project, like CSS, SCSS, SAS and less. So we want to use SCSS in our Angular project. Now it's asking us that do you want to enable server-side rendering and static side generation. So for now, let's give it no. We don't want to server-side rendering. Okay, now it's installing some packages. Let's wait till that time, guys. Let's go to our browser and let's search for Angular material. So guys, as I told you before, we'll use Angular material in our application, because Angular material is giving so much to all the components we will need in our application. So here we'll select pink and blue gray. Okay, yeah. So guys, Angular material is made by Google team, which made Angular. So it's official from Angular, you can say that. So that's why we are using Angular material. Now we are using this pink and blue themes. Okay, all the themes you can check here, whichever like you can install that theme, but I'm gonna using this pink and blue gray. Why pink and blue gray? Because our Angular, you can see when I click on Angular, you can see okay, Angular changed that theme. I thought Angular has a pink and blue gray theme, but now Angular has this I guess indigo or maybe this theme. Okay, but we are using this theme. Okay, now let's go to our PowerShell, and you can see that our project is now ready. So let's navigate to our project, recipe sharing. Okay, recipe sharing, and now let's open with in our VS Code. Guys, if you haven't installed VS Code, then just search for VS Code download. Okay, let me go to here, and you can see the first link of Visual Studio Code. Just click on that, and here you will find VS Code for Windows, Linux and Mac. Download VS Code according your needs. Okay, it's just a simple step, so I'm not gonna install in, and I'm not gonna show you how to install, because it's just a simple and I have already installed VS Code. That's right. So now let me open here terminal in my VS Code. Let me copy it. Okay, let me open it again. Alright guys, so you can see our project is open in our VS Code. You can see the folder structure. Okay, and yeah, I will explain folder structure, but first let me finish all the package installation. So first we need to install Angular material. So let's go to browser, let's click on get started, and here you will find this command for installing Angular material. So just ng add and Angular material. So let's run this command. Okay, it will install Angular material for our project. So it is asking the package Angular material 7 will be installed and executed. Okay, no problem. So let's give it yes. Then it's starting installing packages. And now it's asking to choose the theme. Which theme do you want for your project? So I want pink blue gray theme, as I told you before. So now it's asking setup global angular material typography style. Yes, setup. And it's asking include and enable animation. Yeah, include. All right, now our installations are done for angular material. Now let's add tailwind css. So we are gonna search for tailwind css, tailwind css. So just open this tailwind css official website, get started, and go to framework guide, search for angular here, click on angular. Then here you can see the step for adding tailwind css in our project, angular project actually. So first we need to run this command. So guys, this command is for creating new project. So we have already created our project, so we don't need to run this command. And now let's move to this part. So copy this both command at once and just paste it over here. Okay, it will run and execute both command. Now guys, here we'll find one tailwind.config.js file. Okay, inside that we need to configure our tailwind. So for configure our tailwind, that is no much more fancy task. Just copy this code and replace this code with existing code. Okay, now just copy this 3 line, go to src and style.css. Okay, in the style.css we need to add this 3 line guys. Okay, now start ngserve. Okay, so our tailwind is also added successfully in our project. So now let me close this both file, and now it's time to run our angular project. So for that we need to write run command ngserve. Okay, ngserve will run our script or run our project, but if you want to open our project, then we need to give -o or maybe -open. It will open our project once it started. Okay, so now let me hit enter, ngserve -o. Don't forget this command, ngserve -o. All right, and now let's wait, and that's it. You can see our latest angular version is installed. All right, now let's go to our project, and here I'm gonna explain first folder structure. So guys, in the node modules, all the packages you will get that which we have installed for our project. And okay, so that's it for our node module files. And I have already explained tailwind.config.js. So yeah, now there is one more folder you need to understand is package.json file. Okay, inside package.json file guys, you will find all the package names and its version which you have installed in your project. So you can see TypeScript, you are using TypeScript this version in your project. You are using tailwind css, so we have recently add tailwind css, and this tailwind css version will use in our project. Also you will find here angular material as well. You can see here angular material you are using in your project, also angular animation. Okay, so all the packages you can find here which we are using in our project. So that's it for package.json. Now let's go to src. So these are the main folder in our application. So guys, index.html, this is our main index.html file. Here you can define your application's name or title, recipe sharing. So where you will find this, here you can see recipe sharing, okay, in this tab. So let me give here some space between recipe and sharing. Okay, so that's it for index.css file. Also, if you want to add any CDN, you will be you can add here CDN file as well. Okay, so now let me close it. And also I have show you this style.css. So here you can write your all the global CSS inside this CSS file. So now let me close this, and now let's move to the our app directory. So guys, these are the most important, because we are writing all our codes inside this directory. Okay, so when I go to app.component.html file, here you can see some style. Okay, let me minimize it, and also you can find some HTML code as well. Okay, so guys, if I delete all this style and HTML code, let me first copy this, Ctrl X, and if I delete all this code, you will be see our page is empty. Our page will become empty because there is nothing inside our app.component.html file. Okay, so whatever we'll write here, like code with Josh, you'll be able to see in the browser, code with Josh. Okay, now let me paste this line and make it comment out. So guys, I will explain you router outlet once we reach in router part. Okay, so these are regarding router in Angular. All right. Okay guys, so whatever code you will write here, it will appear in the browser. But guys, Angular have a component based structure. What I mean by that, component. What is component? So component is you can assume like a file, one file where you can write your code and different file, like one for navbar file. Okay, so one for navbar. So in the navbar.html file, you will write all the code related to navbar. Just same like for footer. Okay, so you will make a different file for footer, then product page, then product card, and same. Okay, so how it component works, how to generate new components, we'll see guys. First let me write here our navbar. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I will go to Angular material and go to component, and here I will find a toolbar. I'll go to toolbar. So I will grab this navbar guys, third one. I will grab this navbar code and paste it in our project. So 1, 2, and this 3, third one. Okay, just copy this code, go to here, let me paste it over here. After that, let me write here footer. Okay, and now guys, it will give me some error. Why it will give me some error? So let me go to my browser. So guys, it says that mat toolbar is not a non-element. Of course, if you want to use mat toolbar, then we need to add mat module in our TS file. So where it is? Okay, let me go to expand code, TS file. We need to add mat toolbar module if you want to use this mat toolbar tag. So mat toolbar tag. Okay, if you want to use this component mat toolbar, actually we can't tell it tag, but we can tell it component. So if you want to use this mat toolbar, okay, because guys, HTML doesn't know about mat toolbar. What is mat toolbar? Okay, so for this we need to tell that is Angular's component. Mat toolbar is Angular's component. So for this we need to copy this toolbar. Okay, let me open this mat toolbar. Control V, mat toolbar, and we need to import from material, Angular material. So okay, now let's go to our browser, and here now you can see mat icon also is not a non-element. Alright guys, so we need to add same for mat icon and mat button as well, because we are using mat button also. Here you can see button also we are using. Okay, so that's why we need to add this in our import section. So let's go to here, and now this time I will copy this mat button and mat icon as well. So let's copy this and let's go to our app.ts file, and inside imports we need to paste this. Hold shift, and let's go to here and copy this two line and paste it over here. Okay, so guys, if you are new to Angular, then you may get frustrated like what is this and all this thing. Okay, so you need to understand that that's how Angular will work. Okay, so you can see now our navbar is something like that. Now let's style to it little bit. Let's go to app.component, and let's copy this, Ctrl X, and let's copy this 3 here. Okay, inside one div I have made this, and one div I had make this. Now here I will write classes, and I will use tailwind CSS class. So I will make it flex, item center, justify between. You can see. Alright, and we don't need this hamburger. So what I'm gonna do is I will remove this hamburger from here. Okay, now our navbar will look like this. So guys, our navbar is ready. Now let's write our footer. So what I'm gonna do is I will write some class here, flex, justify center, then background black, and background opacity I will make 20, only 20. And here let's write one p tag. Inside this I will write made by code with Josh. Okay, and here I will write class text large py5 I will give. Okay, so let's go to here. You can see our footer is look like this. We need to add one heart here. So heart icon, heart emoji. Don't use this, don't use this hard emoji. Let's click on this, and from here we'll use we can use this, or maybe we can use this as well. All right, let's go to here. Now our footer is look like this, and let's write here one more div. Inside this div I will put my this navbar, and let me write here one class. So here I will give minimum height, actually not screen but 90 VH. Okay, let's make it 91. Okay, and justify center flex. So you can see I have made a spelling mistake, we need to fix it. Right now guys, one more thing I need to do is let's change our background. Okay, let's change our background. So what I'm gonna do, I will go to CSS and Alt Shift F, actually here Alt Shift F, and inside body I will give background hashtag 303030. All right, and text, maybe color I can give white. Control set. Color white. Okay. All right guys, so it's fine. Okay, now let's go to our app component.html file and Alt Shift F. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is guys, I have written here, currently you can see I have written navbar code here and footer code here as well, and also if we move to the next, you will be we need to write the code for our home page. Okay, then a recipe card. Okay, then authentication form like login form, register form. Also we need to write form for creating new recipe. Okay, so there will be so much code in only one file, so we don't want to this, we want to make it structured. Okay, so what I want is I want like there will be separate component for my navbar, there will be separate component for footer, and same for all, like for creating new recipe card, then authentication form, login form, and register form. So I want a separate component for all this feature. So what I'm gonna do is I will create new components. Okay, so how you can create new component in Angular? So let me open my terminal. Let's go to first cd src app. Okay, and first I will create one folder here, so mkdir and pages. Okay, so one pages folder will create inside the app. You can see, yeah, pages are created here, but there is no file inside pages directory. Now inside pages I will create all the components, or guys you can give any name like pages, component, whatever you want. Okay, but inside this pages I will create new component. So for that what I need to do is, first I will navigate to this directory, then I will write my command ng then G stands for generate, C stands for component, and here we need to give our component's name. So let me give here navbar. Okay, then hit enter. So let's wait, and you can see 4 files are 4 or maybe 3. Okay, 4 files are created. You can say navbar component.html, then navbar component.scss. Here you will write all our css related to navbar, and navbar component.ts file. In ts file you will write all the logics or maybe JavaScript. Okay, all the functions that we need. Okay, that all the things you will write in ts file, and css you will write in scss, and HTML code you will write in HTML file. Okay, now let's go to here, and what I'm gonna do, I will copy this p tag, our navbar code, and I will go to here, remove this, I will paste it over here. Okay, now if when I go to here, you can see our navbar is disappear. Now we don't have our navbar. Okay, so one more thing guys we need to do is, since we have pasted our code here, all the codes here. Okay, we need to add module as well, but let's see first error, then we'll fix it. Okay, now how you can use this component in app component file. Okay, because here I want to render my navbar. So what I'm gonna do is, I will go to navbar component.ts file, and here in the selector you will find this name. Okay, just copy this name, come to app.component.html file, and just write it like this. Okay, app navbar. Now if I go to here, you can see I'm facing again this error, app navbar is not a known element. Then verify that it's included in component.import. Okay, after calling this, now what we need to do, we need to go to our app.ts file, and inside import we need to import app component. Okay, so actually navbar component. Okay, so when you write navbar component, so where it's come from, you can see navbar component inside pages, inside navbar, and navbar component will come. Okay, so you can see that name here, navbar component. Okay, we have imported that. Now this error is gone, and now it says met toolbar and met button and met icon, that we are gonna face. So let's go to our app.ts file, and if you remember, we had paste this 3 module here. So now we don't need inside this app.ts file, so we'll cut it out here and paste it here. Imports, inside import I will paste it all these 3 module, and we need to import it. So let's import this from Angular material. Now let's import this as well. Now let's go to here, and you can see our navbar is now working fine. So you can see now we have only this one line, and with the help of this one line we are able to render our navbar in our app.component.html file. So guys, we are gonna do same with this footer as well. So what I'm gonna do is I will cut it out from here and I will generate new component. So ng generate component footer. Okay, so yeah, now let's go to pages and inside footer here I will remove this and paste it this. Now let's go to footer.ts file and we need to copy this line, go to app.component, just paste this line over here. Okay, now it will give one error, a footer is not non-element. So we need to import this footer component inside our app.ts file, app component ts file. So here after navbar component I will import footer component. So footer component, okay, now it will working fine, it will work fine. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is, guys, I will create recipe card. Okay, so which recipe card I'm gonna create? So let me actually there will be one problem. So what I'm gonna do is, guys, now I will go to here, I will close this. Okay, alright guys, now I will write it, run it again. So I will write ng serve -o. Okay, so it's saying 4200 is already in use. Would you like to use different port? Yes, of course I would to like use different port, and this time it is open on this port. Okay, no problem, I don't have any problem with this. And all right, now what I'm gonna do is let me go to navbar component, actually not navbar, let me close this footer app component. Minimum height of this is 91 VH. So why it is coming like that? This Control C, let me paste it over here. Made by code with Josh. Okay, let's go to footer. If I copy this and paste it over here instead of this, then okay, maybe some problem here. So what I'm gonna do is I will kill this again and run it again. So ng serve -o. Yes, of course, and this time it is open on this host. Okay, now it's working fine. Let's go to here, let's remove this. You can see it's removed. Now let's comment out this and it's working fine. Alright guys, so our footer in navbar is completed. So now what we need to do is let me remove this, and here we need to first create this recipe card. Okay, so let's create this recipe card. What I'm gonna do is first, guys, we need to create one component for this. So let's open new terminal, and here inside cd src app pages. Okay, inside pages I will create one more component. So let's ng generate component, and component name will be recipe card. Okay, so let's give it a recipe card. Let's create it. All right, so you can see it's already created here, and what I'm gonna do is I will create one home page as well. So cd, actually not cd, ng generate component and home page. Let's give it home, maybe home page. Let's give it home page. ng generate component home page. Okay, and now what I'm gonna do is let's go to our app component dot html file. Here guys, after navbar and before footer, in the middle I will call home page. So let me first go to home page. I need to copy this app.home.page, copy. Let's paste it over here, and also we need to import this inside app component.ts file. Here home page component. Okay, now let's go to here and let's see. So here you can see home page works, but there is one problem. So let's go to here and let's define it here, home page. Okay, yeah, now home page is working fine. Now let's go to homepage.html. So here instead of home page guys, we need card, our recipe card. Which card? This card. Okay, we need to render this card. So let's go to here and let's call here recipe card. So app.recipe card, we are gonna copy this, and then let's go to home page. We'll paste it over here, and that's how it will work. Now it's saying app recipe card is not known element, so we need to import this in our home page ts file. So here we are gonna import a recipe card component. Okay, because we are using recipe card component in home page html page, that's why we need to import in home page ts file. Now let me close this, and you can see recipe card works fine. All right, now let's go to our Angular material and search for card. So you can see here we have one card, and let's go to example, and yeah, we are going to use this card. Okay, so let's view code, let's copy this code all, let's go to our recipe card. So recipe card html, let's paste all this, and now let's go to ts file, and we need to guys copy this made card module and made button module. Okay, we need to import this two in our recipe card imports. So let's import it, and let's copy this two line and paste it here, this two line as well. All right guys, so now let's go to here and you can see our card is look like this. Okay, no problem. Now what we are gonna do is, let's go to here, let's go to CSS. Okay, and maximum width will be 400 pixel. So let's copy this and let's go to our recipe card CSS file. Let's paste it over here, and now you can see our card is fine. Okay, but we are not able to see here our image. Okay, so for that what I need to do is, let's go to here, and inside header here, instead of div we can use here image tag, of course. So let me use here image. And what I'm gonna do is, let's copy this image address. Copy image address. I will paste it over here. Alt Z. Okay, and we make it mate card avatar. Mate card avatar. We'll make it mate card avatar. Okay, now you can see it's working fine. All right, so what is the next step, guys? Next step is we need to give here code with Josh, and here we need to, what we need to give, let's check. Okay, same. So code with Josh, this is our username. Okay, so guys, this is not the dummy value, but once we complete our backend and integrate our API, that time we'll replace this dummy value with the real value. Okay, no problem. Now let me copy this image address, or maybe let's copy this image address and paste it over here. It's also dummy value, but we'll implement okay. So one more thing, guys, we need to give a maximum height of our this image. So what I'm gonna do, let me write here class name, max height will be 500 pixel. Still it's too much, so let me give 400. Yeah, now it's fine, but our image is shrink. So what I'm gonna do is here, I will give here object contain, maybe object cover, and object top on object top, yeah, not top, let's make it center as well. Okay, so object, or now our image won't be shrink. Okay, you can see our image is not shrinked. All right, now it's time to use here our for loop. Okay, so guys, inside Angular 17 we had a new way to write our for loop. So let's do this. So let's go to our home page where it is here. Let me write one div. Inside this div, what I'm gonna do is I will define here one dummy value. Okay, so recipe equal to one array 4 5 6. Three, 4, 5, 6 जो भी है. Now let's go to our home page. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is, guys, I will write here our for loop. So for writing our for loop, before, guys, what we are gonna do is we'll use ng for loop. Okay, but now we don't need to use ng for loop. Just need to write @ then for. Inside that I will write like item of recipes, and recipe, where it comes from, a recipe is these recipes. Okay, and here we need to write this curly braces. Yeah, that's how it will work. So now let me put this app recipe card inside it, and here, instead of else, in the pure JavaScript we have else, but inside Angular we can write here empty. If it is empty, then what? Then write this. So this no recipe exists, like this. Okay, so now let's go to here, and loop must be track. Okay, so let's write here track as well. Track 1. It's just a dummy value, guys. I have given here track 1. You can give anything you want. Okay, so when I refresh, our error is gone. But why it's only one time? Item of recipes. And our recipes is this array. So let me go to here. Oh, I guess there is one problem here. Control V. Let's go to here. I have given a track here, na? Oh, so spell mistake. There is a spell mistake. Track is like given this. Okay. Now let me go to here and remove this because we don't need. Okay, so now our for loop is working fine. You can see, guys. So 6 times our card is coming here. Now let's style this card a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is I will write here class flex, justify I will give sender, flex I will give wrap, and gap I will give 5. All right, now it's look like this. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is let me cut it out and create one div and paste it inside this div, and write class here pb5. Okay, so it look like this. Okay, now it's time to create this button. Okay, so when I scroll, this button is fixed their position. So we need to create this kind of button. So what I'm gonna do is here let's create one div. Let's give class name fixed. okay, and bottom I will give 10. Actually bottom 10, then right 10, right also 10. Okay, now whatever I will write here, oh, why it's not appear? It's like okay, I need to give position fix, not flex, so it's just a spell mistake. Now you can see whatever I will write here, it's appear here. Okay, it's don't move, it's not moving. Okay, only our home page is moving, but these are not moving. So instead of this dummy, this value, will implement here our button. So what I'm gonna do is I will write here one button, and I will give it matfab color equal to primary. Okay, and here I will use mat icon add. Okay, let's go to here. So mat icon is a non element, it's not a non element. So what I'm gonna do, let me go to here icon inside API, actually inside the overview, inside code, inside TS file, we need to add this mat icon module. So copy this, let's go to our card, actually not card, inside home page. So here let's import this mat icon module, and now you can see it's look like this, but we don't need look like this. We want button like let me search here for button. So let's go to button. We want like this button. Okay, so what we need to do, as I guys write button myself, but you can copy any button from here. Okay, and now what I'm gonna do is I will add here mat button module, mat button module. Okay, when I add button module in my home.ts file, you can see our button is working fine. Okay, so our button is completed. Now what we need to do is when I go to here, when I click on this button, one model is opened. Okay, so now we need to implement this model. So for this, what I'm going to do is I will generate one component. So ng generate component, and here I need to give the component name. So what I will give here, create recipe. Okay, create recipe form, you can give create recipe form, create recipe form. All right, create recipe form. Now for the model, we need to search here inside Angular material, you can see dialog. Okay, so when I click on this, you can see one dialog is open. So for this, what we need to do is let's go to TS file, and here we have open dialog function. Okay, what it is going is so guys, let me first go to example and open this without animation, slowly animation. So let me open this without animation and go to here, go to TS file, existence duration, no. Okay, whatever guys, you can find all the dialog related docs here. I'm gonna write myself. Okay, because I don't want to waste time in finding simple model or dialog. So what I'm going to do is I will go to homepage ts file. Here I will write one function, open create recipe form, or maybe model dialog or form. Let me write here form. Okay, and let me give here handle open create recipe form, handle open create recipe form, and inside this what I'm gonna write it this dot dialog. So we need to guys define dialog in constructor. Okay, so let's define here one constructor, constructor this. I hope you are familiar with the constructor in JavaScript, guys. So here we can define properties. So public and dialog and match dialog. Match dialog. Okay, and here I need to give like this. Okay, dialog. Okay, now we need to import this met dialog. So met dialog will come from material UI. So what I'm going to do, let me go to here and met dialog and all this close ref. Let me copy this. And here met dialog from met dialog. Okay, now we don't need this unnecessary change, so let me remove this met dialog. Okay, so in the constructor, guys, you need to define dialog like this: public dialog and then two dots, then met dialog. Okay, and this met dialog you need to import from Angular material. Now this we can access here this dialog. So this dot dialog dot open, and inside open we need to give component name which we want to open as a dialog. So we have create recipe form component. Let's go to here, let's go to here, and when I click on this we need to give this click event on our button. So let's go to here and on button here click, let's invoke this handle open create recipe form function or maybe method. So when I click here, you can see create recipe form is working fine. Now let's go to create recipe form. So here let's remove this and we'll write our actual form here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is let's write our form. Control Z, remove this, and let's give some class name, width 27, RAM, then P6, rounded large, then shadow MD. Okay, inside this div I will create one div. Let's give this class name as well, margin bottom 4. Here we'll write met form field. We'll use here met form fields. So a met form field we can use from here as well. Let's go to Angular material and inside input code. Let's copy this and let's paste it over here, met form field, and let's give our class name and remove this. So class name is width full, appearance met form field. Okay, we can ignore it, and label will be title. Met label favorite food. It's not favorite food, it's title, title. And let's give class and change text gray 2000. Let's make it Alt Shift F. Then here we need to give ng model name and class name. So ng model will give later, but first we need to give name equal to title, then class name py2 px3 text grade 2000, margin top 1, leading tight. No need leading tight. And on the focus we need to give shadow outline, shadow outline. Okay, let's go to here and let's open. Met form field is not a non-element. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to add this form module, met form module, and met input module as well. So copy this, go to here inside import, paste this, and copy this as well and paste it here for importing. Alright, now when I open it, you can see our input is look like this, but why? And title. Okay, so value, let's make it value empty for now. So you can see title. Alright guys, so now we need to add handler as well. So for this what we need to do is here we need to give ng module. Now let's write here ng model, and here recipe item dot title, recipe item dot title, but a recipe item we didn't have, so let's define this recipe item. Okay, here recipe item, let's give it type any and its object. So we have title equal to empty. Actually title like this, not like this, like this. Okay, so let's go to here recipe item dot title, and on form guys, on the form I will give ng submit. So ng submit equal to on submit, or maybe let's give it on submit. On submit. Also we don't have on submit, so let me go to right here on submit console.log values, and right here values and give type it to any. Okay, actually in not value we need to write here this dot a recipe item. Okay, we don't need to receive here value will not come from here. And yeah, on submit. Now guys, let's create our button. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I will create here one more div. Inside this I will create button. Okay, here I will give create. Type will be made raised button. Raised. Okay, this made raised button type and all this thing guys you will find here. Like let me go to here, and on button you can see the different button type. It's basic, primary, action. This is the color: basic, primary, action, warm, disable, link. But when you expand this code, view code, you will see made raised button or only made button, then made stroke button. Stroke button means this only stroke. Okay, this button, stroke button. Okay, that's all the different button type you will find on Angular material. Okay, so I'm not gonna explain it more now. Let's go to here, and color will give primary. Then tag we need to give here submit. Alright, that's it. Now let's go to here, open this, and you can see we have create button, but buttons classes is not applied because we need to give here button module. So match button module. Okay, now our button will working fine. All right, now let's go to and inspect. Now let's write here title pizza. So when I click on the create, you can see we are getting title pizza. So as you guys do you notice we haven't write any handler or anything for handle our form. It's handled automatically. How? So first guys, we need to define all the fields which we need for our forms. Okay, after that we need to write all the input fields for our forms. Okay, and inside input field we need to give this property ng model, and then here we need to give the field which we have defined inside ts file. Okay, so recipe.item, and then recipe.description, recipe.image. Okay, that's all the we need to give here. And on form we need to give ng on submit. So when you give guys ng submit, that time we need you need to create one button, and those whose type is submit. Okay, so we don't need to call on submit here because we have given type submit there. That's why whenever user click on this create button, it will automatically detect and call this on submit action. Okay, so that's how it will work. Now let's go to create a recipe here, and complete our all the fields, like which are the fields we need for this. So what I'm gonna do, after title we need description as well. Description empty. Then food type also empty. Then image also empty. Okay, just let's go to here and let's copy this, paste it over here. Now instead of title, let's write here description, and write here description, then name gonna be description. Okay, here we need to give a field value description. All right, that's it for description. Now let's paste it again, and this for food type. So guys, food type is gonna be a little bit different because here we need radio button. Okay, so let's let it be, we'll implement it later. First let me finish here image. So here I will give image. Instead of title we need to give image URL, and title will give image. Then here also we need to give image, and that's fine. Now let's go to here, and when I open it you can see our form is ready, but we need a radio button instead of this input field for food type, like this. Let me open here and you can see we have this radio button. So let's go to here and find for radio. So we have radio inside Angular material or not? Radio button. Here you can see we have radio button, and yeah, this too will copy this. So I'm gonna copy this, and let's go to here. Instead of this made form field, made radio group. Okay, and we need to make little bit changes as well, so let's do this as well. We don't need this made form field, so what I'm gonna do, I will remove this. Inside radio group, here I will give ng model recipe item dot food type, and that's it. It will guys handle automatically. And here let's write our vegetarian, and here non-veg, non-vegetarian, veg and non-veg, non-veg. Let's go to here. Made radio button is not a non-element. Of course we need to add it in our import. So made a radio model, let me import this, and let's go to here and let's import here made radio model and add it here. So Alt Shift F. Okay, now let's go to here, and you can see it's working fine. Now let's write all the details. What I'm gonna do, I will write here title pizza. Okay, so food type and this have same value. So what I'm gonna do is let's go to create instead of this food tab, I need to give here image, and here also I will use image URL. Okay, let's write here image instead of title, image. And now let's go to here, let's write title pizza. Tips description will be this, image will be this, vegetarian. Let's create, and when I open, you can see description this, food tab is be empty, image is this, title is this, but food tab is not working. Why? So let's check. ng model recipe item dot food tab, value veg and non-veg, ng model recipe item dot food tab. Okay, we need to give here a name, guys. That's why it's not worked. Food type. Okay, without food type it will not know how to act or where to store this value. So now let's write pizza, description this, image this, vegetarian. Let's expand it. You can see food type is veg. When I click on non-veg, you can see food type is non-veg. So our form is working fine. Alright guys, now let's change the action button of our card. So as you can see that here we have a favorite icon, then edit icon, share icon and delete icon. So we want to change here as well. So let's go to VS Code and inside our recipe card. So let me search for a recipe card and HTML file. Inside our HTML file, inside here and action, I will create here one div. Okay, and inside this div I will create I will create icon button. So let's go to our material Angular material, then search for buttons. So here you can find button and expand code, go to below, then this button we need. Okay, so let's copy this, let's go to here, met many frame disable. Actually it's not disable. Now let's go to here and check. So met icon. Okay, met icon. So we need to add met icon module here. Met icon module. All right, but what we can do is we don't need this rounded shape button. We need only icon button. Okay, so what we are gonna do is let's go to up here and met icon button, you can see. So let me copy this met icon, and instead of this mini fab, I will write here icon button, met icon button. Now let's go to and check how our button is look. So now it's fine guys, and we don't need here home. Instead of we need here favorite, and let's copy this button. Then we need share button or maybe edit button, and let's copy, and now here we need share button. Okay, now let's go to here. You can see favorite, then edit, and this is share button. Now one more button we need, and that is nothing but a delete button. So let's paste it over here, this, and let's write here delete. Okay, and you can see our delete button is here. Now let's style this. So let's go to here and inside made card action, let's give class. So flex, and let's give justify between. And now let's check. Alright, so it's working fine. Alright, so guys, whenever somebody clicks on edit button, so it will open the edit model as well. So as you can see that when I click on this, it's open edit model. Okay, and you can see update recipe 6 if I select this, update recipe 5 if I select anyone, so update recipe 4. So guys, this is the our items ID. Okay, nothing much more fancy. All right, now let's go to our VS Code and let's create edit component. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'll write here ng generate. First let's inside page, and let's go to inside or maybe let's generate here itself, ng generate component, and here we need to give component name. So update recipe form, update recipe form. Okay, and yeah, you can see our update recipe form component is generated, and where it is here you can find it. All right, now let's go to our recipe card. CSS we don't need, recipe HTML and TS. Yeah, now let's write here constructor. As I said before, inside constructor we need to define dialog. So public dialog, match dialog, actually it's not only dialog, met dialog, and we need to import this met dialog. That's it. Now let's write here method for open our edit recipe form. So what I'm write here, handle open edit recipe form. All right, now inside this I will write this dot dialog dot open, and here we need to give component name which we want to open as a edit model. So that is nothing but edit recipe. What is the name of it? Recipe edit, I guess. Update recipe. Okay, update recipe form component. That's it. Now let's go to here and let's give click method on pencil icon button. So let's go to here on this icon button. Here I need to give click. So click equal to handle open, not create recipe form, instead of add update recipe, or maybe edit recipe form. Am I correct? Edit recipe form, yeah. And when I click on this, it's not opening. Why it's not opening? Let's go to here, page reload said client, and I guess I need to handle recipe form. Yeah, so let me copy this method name from here and paste it over here, and here we need to call it. Now I guess it will work fine. So you can see update recipe form is works. All right, now we need to implement form section here. So let's go to its update, and here what I'm gonna do, I will go to create recipes or create recipe HTML file, and I will copy this whole code, and I'm gonna paste it inside update. Okay, now here we need to define a recipe item. So what I'm gonna do is, and also we need to define on submit method. So let's go to here, let's copy this two thing, and let's go to our update recipe ts file, let's paste it, let's go to here, made form field is not there, so we need to import some fields. Let's import it inside import made form module. Actually let's go to create recipe.ts and copy all this, because we need all this inside our update recipe. Control V, and now let's import it. Form input, then button and radio as well. So let's open it, and you can see our form is opened, and here inside update.html let me write here one h1 update recipe. Let me give here update recipe, and class name text center, p top let me give 5, padding top means. Okay, so I guess yeah, it will work fine. Update recipe you can see here. Okay, here we'll define the recipe ID once we integrate our API. That time we'll do that. Okay, and one more thing guys, inside value we need to write recipe item dot title. Okay, and here also recipe item dot description we need to write. Here recipe item dot image, and here let's write value equal to recipe item dot food type. All right, so currently it's nothing, but if I go to update recipe and if I give some name like pizza, nice food type, page, image, something, and if I open it you can see all things are coming perfectly fine. All right guys, so our update recipe form is completed. Now what I'm gonna do is we need to create authentication form. Okay, so for this what I'm gonna do is let me go to here and let me log out. So when I click here it's log out, and if I refresh it there will be no changes. All right, so this login sign in and sign out sign up page, actually here should be sign in and here should be sign up, but this type of mistake. Here you can see sign up form, and if I click here you can see login form. So this form guys we are gonna implement it's this beautiful form. So for this, what I can do is wait guys, give me just 1 second. Okay, and here let's just generate new component. So ng generate component, and what I'm gonna give name here, ng generate component auth component I will give you. Okay, so let's give it auth, and inside auth component we'll write our all the logics. So for now, what I'm gonna do, I will go to app component dot html actually, and instead of app home I will comment out this, and here I will write app auth. Okay, and I need to import this auth component inside my import section ts file. So auth component. All right, now let's go to here and let's check. So you can see auth is working fine. All right, no problem. Now what I need to do is first let's go to here, auth component. Okay, our auth is working fine. Now let's go to auth.html file. All right. So here we are gonna start okay, so let's write one div. Let's give some class. So it's gonna be flex, justify center, then hide screen, and item center, then overflow hidden. Okay, and let's create one more div. Let's give it class name container. Actually we don't have container, so we'll define all the properties inside auth.component.cs file. Okay, so don't worry about it. Now let's write here one more class. Let's give it cover. Here we need to give ng class, and let's give it like this, and here route active is register. So like this, route active is register. So actually we don't have is register field here, so we need to define it. Is register equal to, let's make it false by default, and actually let me close all this file and go to here, so we can focus only on auth component. Now let's create one more div. Front part it's gonna be, and let's create image, and we need this image. So copy image address, let's paste it over here. Yeah, this image address we need. Control Z, control copy, control C, and I need to paste it over here. Alt Z. Now let's create one more div after this image. here I need to give class text, then span. Okay, and here I need to give class text1. Okay, so let's copy this text from here, and I'm gonna paste it over here. Now then let's create one more span and copy this text, this lower, sorry, not bigger but smaller. Let's connected. Okay, and now let's minimize this front and let's create back as well. So what I'm gonna do, I will give class name back. Inside this I'm gonna create one image, Control Z. Let's go to here and let's copy this image, open image in new tab, but I'm getting same image. Why it is happening? So what I'm gonna do is from here I will copy any image. Okay, so let's go to I guess we can copy this image. Let's copy this image, copy image address, paste it over here, copy, paste it over here. Okay, now let's go to here. Actually let's go to here. Okay, after this image guys, we need to write our form. Okay, so let's now minimize this back as well, and this, which is this div? So I guess this, yeah, inside the container. Now here I can write my div for forms. So let's give it class form, height's gonna be full. Okay, inside this I'm gonna write my form. So let's create one div and let's write here class name form content, and height's gonna be full. Let's create here one more div, class login form. It's gonna be login form guys. Okay, below it we'll create our register form. So yeah, now let's create here one hashtag, right here sign up, and let me give some style to this. So class name text will give a large, font will give bold, then text center, and padding bottom will give 8. All right, and here we are gonna write our form. So what I'm gonna do is let's go to create recipe and copy our form. Control A, copy. Let's go to here, paste it over here, and two things we need. That is nothing but recipe item and on submit. So guys, don't worry, we'll change it later. Okay, we'll change the value, and now let's go to here. It says ng class since isn't a non-property div. Oh, div is not a non-property, so we can't give ng class. Since isn't a known property of div, can't bind ng class. or maybe let me refresh this. So let's go to our auth, and component is coming from core component auth. Let's do one thing and just comment out our form for little while, for a while. Once our issue is resolved, then we'll make it fix. We'll comment it out. ng class inside isn't a non-property of div. ng class. Okay. Rotate active. Rotate active. Now let's go to here. Rotate. Now it should be work, I guess. What is the problem? Or maybe should I import common module? So let's try import common module from Angular common. After importing common module, it should work. But I need to use this common module here. Common module. Alright guys, now it's working fine, and let's activate our form. So what I'm gonna do is I will go to here, 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 and here. Now we need to import some more modules. That is nothing but this. Let's copy this and let's go to here. Let's import here. So met input, met form field, met input, met form field, met button, okay. Now which are left? Common module. Why it's giving me like this? Form module, forms module. Forms module. Cannot find name, quick fix, change spelling mistake. Okay, common module. All right, and let's go to auth, and we don't need this radio button. So what I'm gonna do is I will do this. Okay, so we need to guys write CSS for our okay, we need to write CSS for our auth component, then it will work. So let's write our CSS here. So first let me or maybe let's go to here, actually not here. Okay guys, I'm gonna copy code. Okay, copy CSS code and I will explain you. So projects city angular city production dir city course recipe sharing f cd course recipe sharing app recipe sharing app. Okay, let's open it with VS Code. All right, and inside that, yes, I trust the author. I will go to Angular, then src, then app, pages, auth, and inside that auth, I will copy this all code, CSS code only. Okay, and I will make you understand it. No worries. Now let me check it's working or not. All right guys, you can see it's working perfectly fine here. All right, but we don't have any button and for changing it, so we'll make it fix, no worries. But let me show you this CSS file so you can write in your by yourself. So guys, first I have implement this, or maybe you can say that import. I have import this Google font. All right, all set. Then this style for universe, I have write margin 0, padding 0, box sizing border box, and family font pops in I have used, and that's come from Google Fonts. Okay, container CSS guys, you can see here position relative max width 800 850 pixel, width 100%, padding 40 pixel, then 30 pixel. Box shadow I have given, then perspective, height, and background color. Then guys, container cover. Okay, container cover I have this give this CSS. You can pause the video and write all this CSS. Since guys it is not a CSS video, I'm not gonna cover all this CSS because we are gonna focus on learning Angular in this video. Okay, that's why. So container router active, route active. Okay, this, then container cover front, container cover back. Okay, you can see this CSS as well. All right, now let me make it Control F6, so yeah, it will be better to understand you. Now cover back this, and this container cover before and after, there container cover after, then container cover image CSS, then container cover text CSS, then cover text 1 and text 2 CSS, cover 2 CSS, then container form content. Okay, form content, and form content, login form and sign up form. That's it, login form and sign up form. All right guys, so now let's go to here and alt shift, let's do alt shift F. Then our form is starting from here. Okay, so we need to make some changes inside this, so we'll do it, no worries. All right, and what I'm gonna do is guys, give me just 1 second, thought about it a little bit. Okay, so let me do this here. Let's check. Yeah, now it's look like this. Okay, now I need to change this field, old field name. Okay, so let's change the field name first. Let's go to our TS file. Now instead of this recipe item, I'm gonna write here register form. Register form equal to new form group. Okay, registration form. Inside this I need to pass full name equal to new form control. Form control will come from, let me show you that from where I'm Angular Angular form field. Okay, form control will actually Angular forms, form control, form group and forms model. These three things come from Angular form. And now form control, here I need to give value, and here I need to give validation condition. Okay, so we have guys validators inside it. Validators, we can use it, so we don't need to write validation by ourselves, we can just use its validators. Okay, validators dot required, and if we have email, then we can write validators dot email, it should be valid email. Okay, so many conditions we have already built, we don't need to build ourselves. Validate required, so, and then validators dot email, you can see that email, then length, name, maximum length, minimum length, then all this field guys you can check out by yourself. Okay, but for now I'm gonna use here email, so let me do this. Okay, now let's write for password as well. Copy, and here I need to give password. So password should be minimum length and maximum length. So let's give here minimum length. Minimum length should be 6 of our password. All right, and yeah, that's it for our registration form. Now let's write for our login form. So here let me write our login form. Login form, so inside login form we don't need full name, so we'll remove it, and we don't need to write this minimum length in our login password, we don't need to define it. Okay, and yeah, that's it. Now here we don't need on submit. We are will write here two handlers, one for register, one for login. So let's write here handle register, handle register, registration user, or handle register. Let's write handle register, and inside this will console.log register, and here this dot register form. We are gonna console this dot register form. Let's write handle for login, handle login, and inside this will console login form value. So login, and here we'll write login form, this dot login form. Okay, so these are the done. Now let's go to here, and here guys, as you can see, not here but here we have give on submit, so we don't need to give here on submit. Instead of, we need to give here handle register. Okay, and now we need to change all this value as well. So instead of title, I will give here full name, and in the description I will give full name, sorry, in the placeholder value. So value will become register form dot full name, or maybe we can ignore it as well, but yeah, here we need to give full name. And I guess now we don't need to provide this ng module, because we are using here of form, so we can give directly. And how you can give it directly, let me show you this as well. So guys, you can give here inside form itself. Let's go to here you can give directly form group. So form group equal to registration form, register form, register or registration, login form, registration form. So let's copy this and give it here, registration form. Okay, now what I need to do, handle register. Okay, handle register is fine. Then here made input placeholder our full name, value we don't need to give it, we can just remove it. A name also we don't need to give it, and ng model also we don't need to give. Instead of, here we need to give form control name. So form control name equal to full name. Okay, now we need to copy this for all, like value, name and description. Here we need to give instead of full name, here we need to give email, and let me write here email, because it's for email. All right, after email we need to provide our password field. So password, and here we need to give password. And anything else, what is it, form group, registration form, since isn't a non-property, form group. Okay, so I guess we need to import form group as well. Okay, so let's import it. From here, form we have form group, actually form group module, made form field model, reactive forms model. Here we need to give reactive forms module. Okay, and now how you can find out that, by go to material UI, and here if you go to input, inside the input example, here you can see input in form, and here if you go to ts file, you will came to know that we need to add form module, made form field module, made input module, but reactive form module not here. Okay, so basic input, let's find out something else. We have only form, don't have here you can see form field. So let's go to example, and if I expand this, you can I don't have here also reactive. Here you can see reactive form modules. Okay, so yeah guys, that's how you can find out. So here it's using form control. Okay, so that's how you can find out what is the module we need to add in imports to resolve this error. Yeah guys, now full name, email, and instead of image we need a password. So let's go to auth here, and placeholder password. Here I need to give password, and let's give all right, let's go to here, and full name, let's write code with Josh, and let's write email as well. So code with Josh @gmail.com. Let's write password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Let's create, and inside form groups, so we need to console here form groups dot value. So form groups dot value, you can see that we have lots of properties inside the registration form, but we'll use value, this value. Okay, and here also we'll use value. Now let's check it again, it's working or not. So code with Josh, code with Josh, and here I need to give gmail.com. then let's write our password 5 6 7 8, and let's create, and you can see our full name, email, and password are coming as expected. And we need to give a fixed style, so let's give it. Let's go to let's give star width full. Instead of create, I will write here register. All right, now what I'm gonna do is I will copy this form, div, copy, I will paste it over here instead of register I will write here login. Okay, now let me go to here, and instead of login I will write here sign up form. Then here I will write login, and instead of register form here I will write login form. And here handle login instead of handle register. Okay, so these are the changes I need to make. And in login we don't need full name input field, so we'll remove it. Okay, and handle login does not exist on why handle login is not exist here. I have given handle login. Okay, so it's just a spell mistake. Now if I make this register true, you will be able to see login form. No, why? Okay, so let's go to here, ng class route active is register, then route active. And what will happen in route active? So let me find out with Control F. Route I didn't write here route active. Let's go to here. Why have not route active? Rotate active here, not route active. So here we need to give rotate active. Rotate active. Let's go to here. Yeah, now it will be fine. You can see the login page. And if I make it false, let's go to TS file. You will false. You will be see the register form. Okay, so but we don't need this. We need to change it using a handler. Okay, so let's write here code for this. So what I'm gonna do is after form here I will write one div. Inside this I will write have account then I will show one button, and here I will write login. If you have already account, then you can log in, no need to register. Okay, so let's give here a match button, then colors gonna be primary, and or maybe we can give here sign in. Have account, but this is the login page, so don't have account. Don't have account, then sign up. Sign up here we need to give. Okay, and let's give some classes to this div. Item center, then gap maybe 2, justify center, and margin top let's give it 9. Okay, and here we need to give one click. So toggle panel, will give it name toggle panel method. Toggle panel. Okay, and we need to implement this toggle panel inside our TS file. So inside this toggle panel, what we are gonna do, if is register is true, then we'll make it false, and if it is already false, then we'll make it true once somebody click on the toggle button. So this dot is register equal to not is register. Okay, if it's already true, then we'll make it false, and if it's already false, then we'll make it true once somebody click on this toggle button. So here we don't have toggle button, so let me go to here and copy this, and what I'm gonna do, I will, oh my god, what is this? Okay, I will minimize it, I will maximum this and go to below, and here after this form I will paste it over here. Now you can see sign up. So when I click on this, you can see this animation is happen and our panel is changed. All right, so yeah guys, you can see it's working perfectly fine. Okay, so I guess our design part is done. Now we need to implement our API. Okay, alright guys, so now it's time to integrate our Spring Boot API in our recipe sharing application. So for that we need to first create services and write our actions inside that. So what I'm gonna do, I will create services here, but not inside pages. I will create one directory inside app. So let me go to one directory back, then let's create one directory called services. Okay, services, actually services. Inside the services we'll write auth service and recipe service. So let's go to services first. So inside auth services we'll write auth related logic, and inside recipe services we'll write recipe related all the actions and logics, like create recipe, then edit recipe, okay, delete recipe, all this thing, and get all recipe of course. So now let me generate services for this. So for that guys, I need to do ng generate service, and service name I need to give here, that is nothing but auth service. So let's give it auth. Okay, auth service, and let's hit the enter. Let's wait, it will take some time, and yeah, you can see that our services are ready here. Auth service, but it has directly create file. He didn't create a new directory for us. So what I'm gonna do is let me create one directory auth, and let's move this to file inside auth. Okay, now let's create one more directory for recipe. Inside that cd recipe, inside that recipe I will create a recipe services. So ng generate service and recipe service. Okay, it will also generate our recipe services. You can see both the files are generated. Now let's go to auth service and write our logic or actions here. So what we need to do is first let's define our base URL. So private base URL, and guys, if you didn't started your backend, then please start. So let me check my backend is running or not. Localhost 5454. Okay, so you can see that our backend is running on 5454 successfully. Now what I need to do is let's copy our backend API from here, go to here this URL, and need to give here our URL, base URL. I need to give equal to base URL. Okay. All right. And inside constructor, let me define HTTP. So private HTTP, guys, we need HTTP for making a request from server using API. So yeah, now we need to import HTTP client, or since we are using here HTTP client, we need to provide HTTP providers in fconfig. Okay, so HTTP providers, actually not HTTP providers, we need to provide HTTP client. Okay, provide HTTP clients like this. Alright, it's done. Now what I need to do is let me go to services again, and yeah. Now guys, let's write here auth subject. So what is auth subject? So guys, auth subject will hold our all the values. Okay, so behavior subject, I need to give here behavior subject, and here like this. So user null. What I mean by that, guys, so actually when we call our action now, that time we get some values. Okay, if we want, then we can store that value inside this auth subject, and it will act as a store or maybe memory. Okay, here you can save all the values, and then you can access this subject's value anywhere in your application, in whole your application. Okay, so yeah, that's how. But if you didn't get now, then just wait, you will be understand, guys, once we use it. Okay, so for now just understand that it will store our user value, and this user value then will use anywhere in our whole application using this auth subject variable. Yeah guys, now let me write here login action login, and here user data I need to give any, then observable, wait, I need to make it observable, and any. Okay, let's return. Then this, guys, as I told you, by using this HTTP we'll make HTTP requests from server using this HTTP. So let's use this dot HTTP dot post method, since we need to make post request for login user. Here we need to give, actually not like this, like this. I need to type define here type will be any for now, and here we need to give our URL or maybe API, backend API. Okay, so this dot base URL, and then auth sign in, and here I need to give body. So inside body I will give user data. User data. So I guess I have made a mistake here. Login user data. What is the problem? Login user data, any observable. Okay, I had made the mistake here. I need to give like this. All right, now let's copy this as well and write for sign up. Same for sign up, or maybe you can write a register. Here also we need to give a user data, observable, any, and just need to change this endpoint. Okay, sign up. That's it. Now let's write one more method for get user from the get user using token. So let's write here get user profile. Okay, so for get user profile we don't need to provide any data from client side. Okay, now let's write here header, because we need to send here header inside this method. So new HTTP headers. All right, so guys, as you know that if our API's endpoint will start from /API, then we need to give bearer token inside authorization header. Okay, so that's why we are writing here headers, but this both method login and register we don't need to provide any headers. So yeah, I hope you will be understand now. Authorization, here I need to give authorization, then bearer, and here I need to give our actual token. So what I'm gonna do is I will write here local storage dot get item, and here I will give JWT. Okay, so I will take token from local storage, then I will provide here. Okay, so guys, whenever our login and register will be success, that time we'll store our JWT inside local storage. Okay, and we'll use this token here. So I hope you will be understand. Now instead of this body I need to give here headers. All right, and then using tap method, using pipe method, or maybe tap, using tap method, guys, I can using pipe and tap, I will store our user into auth object. Okay, which we have defined above. So here what I'm gonna do is const current state. First I will get the current state. So current state equal to this dot auth object dot value. Okay, that's how we can get the current state, means whatever value inside this auth object will access using auth object dot value. Now what I'm gonna do, this dot auth object dot next. By using next we can change the auth object's value. Okay guys, so I need to give here current state and user. I hope you will understand this destructuring concept. You will be familiar with destructuring concept if you know the JavaScript, okay, because I'm not gonna explain here JavaScript. This is just a simple JavaScript concept. Now log out, and here local storage dot clear, and the log out I will clear local storage, and this dot object, this dot auth object, I'm gonna make state empty, okay, empty object. So that's it for auth service, guys. Now what I need to do is let's write same for the recipe services, okay. After that we'll use this action. So first let's finish to write this as well. Now what I'm gonna do is let me copy this 3 line from here and paste it inside here. Okay, let me import this HTTP client and let me import this behavior subject, and here our value will be different. So recipes, so inside recipes we'll store all the recipes which we will fetch, okay, and loading false and new recipe, okay. If we create any new recipe, we can store that recipe inside this. All right, now let's write here one more method for getting headers, okay. Since guys in all the methods which we are writing here, we need the we need headers, okay. That's why I'm gonna write here one separate method for getting headers, so private, so that we can directly access that header using this method. Get headers HTTP headers. All right, now const token equal to local storage dot get item, and here we need to use JWT, then it will return new. So let me go to auth service and let's use this header, new HTTP headers, okay. So copy this, Control V, and new HTTP headers. That's it. All right, now let's write our first method, that is nothing but get recipes. So get the recipes, we need to make it observable, okay, and let's remove this. Inside that let's access the header using get headers. So this dot get headers, now return this dot HTTP dot it's gonna be get method, guys. So we need to give here get, then here we need to pass our backend URL API, backend API URL. So this dot this URL, then API, and need to give here recipe, so it's our endpoint. All right, and here we need to give headers, and then we need to use pipe here. By using this pipe we'll store all the values which we'll get here inside our recipe subject. So what I'm gonna do is instead of auth subject, I will change name it to recipe subject. Recipe subject. Okay, recipe subject you can assume as a store. Headers, right? And here using tab, recipes. What I'm gonna do, first I need to current state. I need current state. So this dot recipe object dot values dot value. This is our current state. Now let's change our recipe object state. So recipe object dot next, and here I will give current state as it is, and then I will change the recipes value inside it. So also F, that is fine. Now let's copy this and write for create new recipe. Okay, so create recipe, and instead of get method I need to give here post method. Then I need to URL will be same of our backend API, and here instead of recipes, now it will come only new recipe. So let's give here new recipe. New recipe. And what we need to do is we need to change this recipe's value. Okay, so let's write here our new recipe along with our existing recipes. So existing recipe will be current state dot recipes. Okay, so that's how we'll add. So what I have done here, guys, when we create our new recipe successfully, I'm gonna just add this new recipe inside this array. Okay, with existing, so with existing recipes. So yeah, that's it. Now let's write method for update recipes. I will paste it here. Right here, update recipe. So now instead of get method, I will write here put method. Okay, and also guys, in create recipe we need to define body. Okay, which we haven't defined. So here I need to define recipe data. Recipe, let's give type any. Okay, same for update recipe. I need to define here recipe data which we want to update, and let's give it here I need to give recipe ID. Alright, now here we'll receive updated recipe. Okay, so updated recipe, or maybe let's updated recipe. Yeah, we'll receive here updated recipe, or current states. Now one more thing guys we need to do is we need to updated recipes. Okay, so we need to update this recipe fields whole. We need to update this recipe values. Okay, so whichever recipe we have update, this recipe we need to replace with updated recipe. Okay, so this I'm gonna do here, this dot the recipe sub, actually current state dot recipes dot map, and I will check here, let me give here type any, I will check here which recipe is updated. So if it's id equal to updated recipe dot id, updated recipe dot id, then I will replace this recipe with updated recipe. So updated recipe, else I will not gonna do anything, else I will give just simple item. And here let me give type any. Okay, and here inside the recipe, now I'm gonna give updated recipes. Okay, so our work is done. Now let's write for delete recipe. So same logic we need to give here, delete recipe, and instead of this put method, now we need to give here delete method. Okay, so delete. All right, and here headers, because it doesn't contain body, so I need to remove the body. And here instead of deleted I will write instead of updated I will write deleted recipe. Okay, and I need to filter this deleted recipe. So what I can do, instead of map I will write here filter, and I will check this thing, if item.id equal to updated recipe dot actually deleted recipe, instead of what I'm gonna do is I will get here recipe id. Okay, it, and I will write here provide here it only, and I will check if item.id equal to not id, okay, then true, this are not, then true, else filter those recipe. So what I'm gonna do, I will check if any items id equal to this deleted id, then filter that recipe. Okay, we don't need this recipe anymore in our state. So only these things guys we are doing here, and other things will be same. All right, now let's write one more method for like recipe. Okay, so let's write here like recipe method, and here we need to give a recipe id, then here I need to give a like, and let's use here id instead of recipe, and we don't need this body here, right? And yeah, other things will be same as it is. Okay, we don't need to change anything here. All right guys, so I guess our services are ready to use now. So let's go to auth.html file. Okay, and from here we are gonna call our methods. So let's go to auth component and handle login. Here I will check if this dot login form dot okay, let it be. First let me write here we need auth services guys here, so we need to define in constructor and I realized that we haven't defined here any constructor, so we need to define first constructor public auth service and auth service 2-time auth service. Wow, what a joke. No problem, let's use this dot auth service dot login. Okay, and here we need to give the login data, so this dot login form dot value, and let's subscribe it. Since we have make it observable, we can subscribe this and we can use or track their value here. Okay, so response, and after that what I'm gonna do in local storage I will set item JWT, and here I will give response.jwt, and this dot auth service dot get user profile, I will call this action. Okay, here, and dot subscribe it. Now I will console also console.log login success, and here I will console response. Okay, now let's copy this and paste it in handle register as well. So here also we need to do same thing, but instead of login, here we need to give register, and here we need to give register form value, registration form value instead of login form value. Okay, and let me do this, and instead of login success I will write here sign up success. Yeah, now let's go to our browser and let's go to login. So here what I'm gonna write here is we have already one account, that is nothing but I guess Ram's account or maybe Ashok account. Okay, so ashok@gmail.com, and the password gonna be this. Let's log in, or let's see what we have get inside inspect. You get error. So what is this error? Because of course policy you can't access this. Okay, so let's do one thing guys. Now let me close this and let's go to here. Let me close this and let's close this as well, close this as well. ng serve -o. All right, because guys our that port number was not inside, not specified. Okay, so this port number was not specified in our backend, that's why it's giving us error. Now What is the problem here? Not understand why it's giving me like this. File name changes, enable watching for file. Let's close it once more, and now ng serve -o. Okay, now it's working fine. Now let's go to sign in button. So here what I need to give is ashok@gmail.com and password this 8. Login. Let's see what we have get inside console. Still we are facing one error. See, okay, so error with our endpoint. Let's go to auth service.ts file instead of sign up. Register is fine, but here we need to give sign in. Okay, that's how it will work. And here also we need to change our API endpoint. So instead of auth, here we need to give API and user profile. Okay, maybe now it will work fine. So let's write our email gmail.com 4 5 6 7. Guys, you may wonder like why I'm accessing this user without registering. So we have already registered this user in our database. Okay, that's why I'm using this. Now you can see we have again our error, and that is nothing but paired request. Localhost 5454 sign in. This endpoint. All right, I hope now it will fine. Okay, let's create your password. Let's give password, not create new. Login, and you can see login is successful, but our login is successful, but we have get error with this endpoint. What is this? We don't have this endpoint in our API, users and profile. Okay, so what we need to do is let's go to home page, guys. Inside home.ts, I will write here ng on it. Ng on init. In this method, let me use here auth service public auth service auth service. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, guys, here once it's get yeah, this let me first finish, then I will make you understand. Okay, auth service dot get user profile. ng on init. So Wait guys, give me just 1 minute. G on in it. Or maybe let me copy this from here, control Z, and paste it inside app.ts file. We need to make it here. Recipe sharing. Okay, and let's define here constructor public auth service and this. Still it's not working. Let's go to auth service, and here let's console if we get any error or something. So console.log get user profile and user. This.api users get user profile. So let's go to, oh, why I have no, not here components.ts file, get user profile. So let's go to here, ng on init, ng on init. But I'm not able to call this get user profile dot subscribe. Why? Let's check what happened if we get any error. Data console.log rec user and data, and if I get any error, then let's console this error as well. So error is console.log error and error. Okay, let's go to here. Oh, we are getting one error, that's why. So what is this? Local hosts 545 for login. Get user profile this dot base URL API users and profile. Sign up, sign in under this. Actually it's gonna be get method. http headers. Now let's check. So you can see we have reg user successfully. All right, we have get the successfully reg user. So now guys, what I'm gonna do is I will go to our this app.component.ts file. Here I will define one user. It will be by default null, actually any, but its value is null by default. Okay, and on the ng on it, what I'm gonna do is this dot auth service dot auth object dot subscribe auth like this, auth this dot user equal to auth dot user. Okay, and also let me change this auth as well. So console.log auth object value equal to auth, or maybe auth state we can say here instead of auth object value, auth state. Okay, and now I will check I will go to HTML file and I will make one condition here. And what is this? Here, all right, if user, then what should I do is I need to render this component, else I will render this app auth component if not user. Okay, if user is logged in, then show this, and if user is not logged in, then show this component. Okay, so that is my simple condition. Now let's go to here, let's do this, and here instead of the share button, what I'm gonna do is I will write username. So let's go to our navbar. And here I need these things, so let's copy. I will write it here. I don't need this here, I need to import this. Okay, and no need this as well. Now instead of this not favorite but the share button, I will write here user dot full name. Let's remove this. Still problem. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. Okay, now you can see I have but let me make it met button. Or let's remove this favorite button, we don't need it. Okay, instead of showing that, I will simply showing this username. When somebody click on this username, it will logged out. Okay, so let's implement this as well. So on click, equal to, let's write here handle logout, and let's implement handle logout here. Const handle log out, handle logout. What I need to do, auth this dot actually we don't need to specify const here, and this arrow as well. This dot auth service dot logout. Simple. Okay, and let's define here router as well. So router dot this dot what I given here, router. Okay, I need to make it public or maybe private. This dot router dot navigate, and here I need to specify the path, but we don't need it. Let's do this, and handle logout, logo out. It's not logo out, it's log out. So let's make it fix this typo error as well. Log out. Now is it fine or not? Handle logout and handle log out. Yeah, now I guess it's fine. Let's go to here. When I click, you can see I'm redirect to here. Now let me sign in again. So ashok@gmail.com, and I need to give here password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. When I click on login, you can see I'm logged in. All right guys, now what I need to do is create new card, but before that let me fetch all the recipe, okay, which are already created. So what I'm gonna do is let me go to home, control P, homepage.component.ts, and inside on it this dot, here I need to define the recipe service as well. Let me make it private. Recipe service double service, no, okay, no problem. Recipe service dot get recipes. Okay, and now let me remove this. So if I go to here, you can see no recipe exists, but what I'm gonna do is I will write here recipe dot recipe service dot recipe object recipe subject dot subscribe, and here what I'm gonna do is I'll get all the state. So let me accept state, and this dot recipes equal to state dot recipes. Okay, so I'm not able to fetch all the recipes. Let's see. Let me do one thing. Subscribe it. And oh, I'm able to fetch all the recipes. Great. All right. Now what I need to do is let's go to here, and here I'm using a recipe card, but now I need to use here input means props. Okay, so we need to make it dynamic data. So this all the datas are currently dummy data or static maybe, but we need to make it dynamic. So what I'm gonna do is let's go to recipe card, recipe card.ts file. Here I will define one recipe recipe object. Okay, side recipe card. We'll use here input. Okay, and recipe store in this value, and any, it's gonna be any. So guys, now this recipe will come from here. I need to give this recipe, so like this recipe, and here I need to give value nothing but item. Okay, this item. So that's how it will work. Now let's go to here, and now we can change the value. So inside recipe card, let's go to here. Guys, if you didn't understand, don't worry, I'll make you understand once again. Let me finish it first. Recipe.user.full name. See, it's working fine. Here Ashok is coming. Now instead of this dummy value, I need to write here recipe.description. Why description is not coming? So let's check. So auth state get user profile. As let's console this thing. Not here. Let's console here. Recipe subject. Let's console here. Console.log state and state. So inside recipes, so first we have description. We have this description now. Then why it's not working? So inside recipe card, I'm giving this description. Okay, you can see all the different descriptions are coming, or maybe same description. No, that's all are different. Now let's change the images, then you will be see the real changes, real difference between all this recipe. Okay, so here I need to give recipe.image, and I need to bind this src like this. Okay, but I don't need to change it here, so let me copy this, control set. Guys, this is the avatar card. Okay, I need to change this value. So Alt Shift F, and let me remove this and paste it this. Right. Now you can see, okay, all the different recipes. So guys, now let me make you understand it once more. So what I have done here is, so let's go to first home page component file. Okay, so here I have passed the recipe. Okay, which recipe? So guys, I'm mapping the this recipes array. Okay, so as a JavaScript developer, you may know that now inside this item we have one recipe object. Okay, so this one recipe object I'm passing here inside recipe bracket. I'm passing this item. So now how you can access this recipe inside app recipe card? So let's go to recipe card. So using input inside a recipe card, guys, you can access that property here. Okay, it works how, that's how it's work, guys. Or not just like a recipe, you can give anything you want. So let's go to here. Now just like this recipe, you can give any other value as well, like toggle. Okay, so toggle equal to, let me give here true. Okay, so when I give here true, now you can see that, guys, it's giving me error because I haven't received this value. If I give any value here, then I need to receive it in this app card ts file. Okay, so let's go to here and let's receive it. Now let's write input using input. Then here, guys, we can give any variable inside in this variable. So let's give toggle itself and let's give any. Okay, now you can see our error is resolved. Now let's console this. So where I will console it, let's console inside this console.log toggle. Okay, and let's write here toggle, this dot toggle. Now let's go to here, let's go to inspect. Why it's not inspect console. So you can see toggle is currently undefined. Why it's undefined? So let's go to here toggle, let's copy this toggle, and sorry guys, this field this variable should be match. Okay, otherwise it will not work. Let me do this in ng on it, ng on in it. So toggle is coming or not? Toggle. Okay, ng on it, and you can see toggle is true. All right, that's how, guys, you can give anything here. Let's say you want to give false. Okay, so yeah, you can give false as well. So you can check the false, and let's say you want to give any other value. So let me do this, and instead of this, let me write here my name. and let's go to here. You can see toggle Ashok. So yeah guys, that's how you can transfer data from one component to another component. That means you can transfer data from parent component to child component, okay, but you can't transfer data from child component to parent component. You can only transfer data from parent component to child component using input. Okay, I hope now this input concept is clear for all of you. Okay, now let's go to recipe card component again, and let me go to create recipe card, Control P, create recipe form. Okay, and here you can see ng on submit. Now let me define here one constructor, and private recipe service. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I will write this dot recipe service dot create recipe. Inside this I need to give a recipe item as a value, and need to subscribe it. Okay, actually not subscribe. Yeah, that's how. Now let me go to first recipe create recipe form. Yeah, so next data and console.log, let's write here created recipe, and I will write here data, and if we get any error then also will console it. So error console.log and error. Now let's go to here, let's close this, let's open this. Title we need to write, so let's write pizza, and what I'm gonna do, I will go to here, I will copy this image address, paste it over here, check vegetarian description, I will do this, and let's create, and you can see our recipe is created here. Okay, when I refresh it, it's also appear. All right, so our recipe creation is also working, guys. Now let's delete this. Okay, so for deleting this, what we need to do is let's go to recipe card, Control P, recipe card component, and let's write here handle delete recipe. Okay, this dot recipe service. So let me define here recipe service, private recipe service and recipe service. Okay, now let's use this recipe service dot delete recipe, and here I need to give that ID. So ID will come from here, let's give it any for now, and let's subscribe it. Now let's go to here, and on this button I need to write handle delete recipe, and here I need to give ID. Okay, so ID, let's get let's give ID from this recipe ID. So no need to give from here, no need to receive from here. We can give here recipe dot ID. Now it will work, I hope. So when I delete it, you can see it's deleted successfully. Okay, so our recipe deletion is also working fine. Now let's create more recipes so that we can delete it. Let me copy this image address, go to here, title, tomato, description we can give anything, and image address will give this. Let's create. So create. Okay, so we have created so many recipes. Now we can delete them. So you can see it's deleted. This is also deleted. This is also deleted. Okay, so our recipe deletion is also working fine. Now let's edit our recipe. So what we are gonna do is update recipe form component we need to open. So here let's go to here, inside on submit. Here we need first constructor, constructor and recipe service. Okay, now let's use this recipe service dot delete recipes. Okay, here we need to give ID, but where this ID will come from? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is let's go to our Angular material and check how I can transfer data in model or dialog. So what I'm gonna do is let's go to dialog. In the example, dialog with header action and the action and no dialog overview, no dialog with header, scroll bar, content and action. We don't need inject data when opening a dialog. Okay, we need this. So here just open data, and inside TS what we need to do is when we are opening this data, open this dialog.open dialog data. Here we need to give that okay, so here we need to give component name dialog data example dialog, and here we need to give data and how we can access that data. So you can see that that's how we can access the data. Inject, using inject, met dialog data and met dialog data. Okay, let's go copy this. Let's go to here, and in constructor that's how we can access this. We need to import this inject as well, and import this dialog data. Oh, dialog data, so no suggestion. So let's import this met dialog data. Dialog data, where it's come from? Actually it's an interface, so let's give it any. Okay, instead of data, let's give it name recipe. Okay, so yeah guys, that's how we can access the injected data. Now how we need to inject data in model. So let's go to our recipe card, and when we open that model, that time we need to inject the data. Here we are opening, and inside this let me give it a recipe. Actually this dot recipe to this dot recipe, but we need to inject wrap this with curly braces. Recipe this dot recipe expected 1 2 arguments but got 3. Let me check it once more. I will need to inject the data. So this and the data. Okay, we don't need to give this recipe. Okay, let me remove this. Here we can define the data. So recipe this dot recipe. Why it's not working? I guess I need to give like this. No. Okay, so I guess there is a syntax mistake, but what? There is a syntax mistake, but what? Oh, it's working fine now. So instead of this, I can give this dot recipe. It's working fine. But if I remove it, this is also working fine. So I have given earlier this is okay, no problems. Let it be. Our issue is resolved now. Let's go to our updated form recipe, and this recipe I'm gonna use here recipe.id for updating. Okay, one more thing, what I'm gonna do is this dot recipe item equal to this dot recipe. Now let me remove this dummy value. Let's remove this as well. This we don't need, this we don't need. Now let's go to here and let's check here. So if I what is this? Whatever. Why data is not injected? 3. Actually not in on submit. Let me Control X ng on in init. I will change this recipe item value with this recipe, okay, which we'll get from our model, injected model. So still it's not working. Ng on in, okay, init. Now it will work fine, I guess. Okay, so you can see that our data is injected successfully. Now what I'm gonna do is let's go to here, and here instead of 3 dummy value I will give recipe ID. So recipe item.id. So you can see 15 id, here are 14, here 16, and if I open this, you can see 7 IDs. Alright, now let's check it's changing the data or not. So let's copy this image address. Let's go to here, let's click on this, and let's replace this image with this image. And here we need to give update instead of create, but let it be. So now let me refresh. It's not working. Okay, Control A, Control V. When I click on control, let's check what is happening. So in the console, when I click on, oh, we are getting only values, but update recipe form component, update recipe form on submit. Why I'm deleting this recipe actually? Oh god, I need to update here, update recipe, and I need to give here id. So this dot recipe dot id. I hope now it will work. Let's go to here on submit. On submit, okay. Let's change the name of the button. We need to give here update, and let's go to here. Instead of value, this dot recipe service dot this dot recipe id dot subscribe. Now let's check next data console.log update and data. If you get any error, then also let's console that error, data, or maybe error, console.log and error. Here we need to give error. Okay, let's check. So let's change this with this, and let's update. Oh, we are getting one error that is nothing but undefined id. Okay, id is undefined. So this dot recipe dot id, what should I do? I should use here recipe item dot id. Now let's update it. Still I have get the error undefined. Okay, so let me this dot recipe item dot id, it not should be undefined. So let's go to service. Maybe problem with the service. Update recipe. Okay, so what I need to do is update recipe form. Okay, so guys, instead of ID we need to give here a recipe item. Okay, now it will work. Control A, Control V and update. So you can see updated it successfully, and if I close it, you can see now it's successfully updated in our database as well. All right, so let's update this as well and check it is working or not. Control V and update, and if I refresh, then you can see it's updated successfully. Now let's update one more. Okay, copy, let's update this. Actually not here, let's update here. Control A, Control V. Now let's click on update, and when I close this, you can see this recipe is updated successfully. Alright guys, so I guess we have covered all the things which are needed for beginners. Okay, so that's it for this video guys, or maybe this project. We have completed this project here. Okay, yeah guys, that's it for this project, and now let's meet in new projects. Okay, so don't forget to subscribe guys. We'll bring more interesting projects for you like this, or maybe more advanced project for you. So yeah, don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned. Okay.